Glenn Garnes, and I am back on the circuit.
Welcome back.
After a brief...
Welcome back, welcome back. You know what we should play? We should play Welcome Back Carter.
Trying to check my mic, and you're sitting here talking.
No, like Trevor should get like the Welcome Back Carter little theme music for you.
Cotter. It's Cotter, man.
Cotter. Welcome Back Cotter.
That's right.
Only y'all would be sitting on live camera debating whether it's Welcome Back Carter or Cotter. Wait, where you from? Massachusetts, Glenn?
It's Cotter. C-O-T-T-E-R. Cotter. Mr. Cotter.
Welcome back, welcome back.
I used to watch that show when I didn't know any better.
All of y'all are telling your age. I want you to know.
That was the Simpsons of the 70s.
This was the forerunner of our educational system.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, first of all, we made it to this age. The good news is we made it.
And gentlemen,
for those of you who are,
as of 4 seconds ago,
for those of you that are listening live and paying attention to all this,
my thing's moving slow now.
We're letting you in on the behind-the-scenes preparation for this wonderful 3-day mini convention. And you know, it's actually fun to be able to share this behind-the-scenes stuff while we're getting ready. And we are going to be launching shortly, so hang in there for the benefit of those that are online. It is kind of interesting because usually network television doesn't let you behind the scenes the way that we're doing here. But
bring the camera around, Glenn. Why don't you just bring the camera? Why don't you let them see you? You know, they want to see you putting on your shorts and trying to. Glenn actually has shorts on, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he has shorts on with this nice tie on, trying to be cool, silky smooth.
I wear a tuxedo on my radio show.
You really? You wear a tuxedo on your radio show?
Yeah, always.
Unbelievable.
I have to wear the tuxedo on the radio show. No question. Can I sit down there for just a minute? I promised I would send someone a link to the show.
Okay, Glenn, did I send you the link yet?
So for those of you that are online, obviously you don't need a link if you... Trevor, did you send me the link?
I'm sending you the link right away. I like it, Glenn, when they get to get behind the scenes and hear what's going on. And you guys are behind the scenes now.
Well, you know, the truth is there is a lot of preparation that goes into making these events happen. And sometimes if you don't get a chance to see the behind the scenes activity, you really don't have an appreciation for just how much it takes to make this production occur. So I like for people to know that we're getting ready. We've been up early this morning getting ready to deliver some powerful content to them. You know. So did you just email this to me? You sent this to me through Facebook?
I sure did.
I fixed them before. I fixed them when I set it up. Hopefully. I did fix them.
Well, it's going to be another one of those amazing days. I'm looking forward to it, though. I'm looking forward to it. And Shay, it's time to open up the private, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet.
It's time to pull back the big black curtain.
Hey. Hey, Glenn, that sounds like an original. That sounds very original, my friend. Very original. Time to pull back the big black curtain. So, okay, now I'm going to officially open the private, the exclusive Facebook group. There's just simply no other group like it on the planet. It's where all the networking happens. It's where all of the promoting happening and all of the marketing happens. And it's just flat out going to be a phenomenal day. So are you excited, Glenn? I'm excited.
I'm always excited when we turn these cameras on and get ready to share some powerful information.
Shay is probably excited, but because he's a sales guy, he only gets excited if there's a sale being made.
You know how those salespeople are.
Yeah, exactly. Sell. No. As Shay would say, all roads in business lead to a sales presentation.
Absolutely, and it's great to be here at Village Connector TV. Great to connect with all of you. I really can't wait till we get started. We're getting started in just a couple of moments.
And the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group is now open. It's now open. So if you're out there now, you're watching, and this is your first time on the Hangout. This is what we want you to do. Come on over to the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. How do you get into the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, you might be asking? Well, it's very simple. Come on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Come on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. It's where all of the networking is happening. It's where all of the meeting with the speakers and the coaches and the training, it's where the action is. And where do you want to be? You want to be where the action is. Where's the action? It's in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. So come on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now, where's your manners? Where's your manners? When you get there, here's what we want you to do. Introduce yourself. Give us your first name. Give us your last name. Tell us where you're from. And then tell us just a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, or the organization that you represent. So come on over to the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. How do you get there? By coming on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Come on over to live.com. virtualnetworkinglive.com. virtualnetworkinglive.com. When you get there, enter your first name, enter your last name. Tell us where you're from. And then tell us a little bit about the company, the organization, the mission, the product, or the service that you represent. So go on over, let us know who you are, because what do we want to do? We just want to shout you out. We want to shout out Nadine Renee. We want to shout her out. They're having an event over at Bus Boys on Poets. They're from the organization Sexy Moms Rock. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. You'll see them in the private, in the elusive, in the exclusive Facebook group, and they are making themselves known, and we just want to shout them on out. What are we doing today? Today is Lunch and Learn. Many of you ask, where is Lunch and Learn? We missed the Lunch and Learn, so guess what? We are back. That's right. We're back for an awesome 3-day event where we're going to give you our best secrets on sales, our best secrets on marketing, our best secrets on automation. We're going to be talking about live streaming. We're going to be talking about hanging out. But more importantly, we're going to be talking about how to double your revenue. Hashtag double your revenue. What's this event about? The focus of this event, the purpose of this event. It's very simple. It's all about doubling your revenue.
It's up to you.
Now, what they're going to do is they're heading, ladies, they put their makeup on. That's right, ladies. The men put their makeup on, and they're heading to the camera. They're heading to the camera.
Fortunately, we actually look so good, Glenn, that we don't even need any makeup. That's the good news. I mean, the good news is, Trevor, we don't need makeup. I understand folks are dialing in right now. For those that are joining us for the very first time, welcome, 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 as Trevor was saying. And for those who are joining us for the second or third or fourth time, when we stand right here, we're adjusting like real time. So, yep, I'm getting taller and shorter at the exact same time. So you're actually here with us. So welcome for those who get this sneak preview right now and get a chance to watch us as we do what we do today, which is bring to you the best ideas we know on how to really make more sales with less effort and how to help more clients. You know, Trevor, I know there's some folks that right now they're joining, and Trevor was giving some very specific instructions this morning, very specific instructions. The first thing he said was what? For those that want to ask questions today, for those who want to get some of the bonuses today, for those that want to interact with the rest of the community today, there's a way for you to do that. How do you do it? Well, you head over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. So you can do that right now. Or you can look just below the video, and it'll say, join us. And click right there. Now, when you get over to Virtual Networking Live, which is the private, as Trevor said, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, then I want you to go ahead and put your first name in, put your last name in, and then tell us where you're from, but more importantly, what you do. So let me go ahead and back up again, because this is really cool. I mean, I know I'm looking forward to connecting with all you out there. I know Trevor's looking forward to connecting with you out there today. Glenn Gar's looking forward to connecting with you today. And we're looking forward to you being part of this Lunch and Learn experience. It's so cool to be here during the middle of the day, or whatever time it is for wherever you are. So what do we want you to do? Head over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. And this is an opportunity for you to promote what you do. Put your first name. Put your last name. Tell us where you're from. And more importantly, tell us what you do. What do you do? We want to hear from you. We want to recognize you for all the good that you're doing out there today. Say, you have a business. Maybe you just have an interest in personal development and professional growth. You're like, Shane, the time has come for me really to raise my game, for me to step up, for me to play full out. And today is going to be your day. So I'm excited. I'm moving, but don't worry. I have skates on, so don't worry. You see me skating like this, da 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 da, a little skateboard, but it's so cool. And let's give a shout out to Village Connector TV for being a sponsor, for being here today, and allowing us to provide this content to you, so that you can grow your business. Okay, so I'm gonna get my phone out, and Trevor, has anyone joined the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group? Now I don't have a big old laptop. Trevor normally has that big Apple computer he likes to carry around like this and hold like this.
So Shay, don't be jealous, Shay.
I've moved on, Trevor. I've moved on. I'm now doing everything from my phone. See, some folks are still on the laptop. Shay Brown, the phone, wherever I am, the business is. So let's see who's out there today, Trevor. Is anyone out there today who would like to at least recognize? And Trevor's here, by the way. He's actually in the control center. He's here following along. That's Trevor moving the camera around, by the way, because he has nothing better to do but play with toys. So you're gonna see it go woo, woo. Okay,
Shay, I think you are spooking the people out online. What do you think is the cats in the front?
Well, it's because you keep moving the camera, and they keep seeing me go from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen, and they keep seeing me go from being short to being very tall to being very short again. But that's because the early birds are here, and you're behind the scenes, and you get an opportunity to see what really happens. Like when we're getting set up, you get a chance to see what happens real time. So we want to recognize those folks.
And I want to take this opportunity, Shay, to recognize Cheryl L. Williams. And who is Cheryl, you might be asking? Well, she's an author.
White belt.
She's a parent. She's a coach. She is working with C. Lynn Williams from Chicago, Illinois, right? And that's that's her. She is Cheryl Lynn Williams. She's a parent and a coach. C. Lynn Williams, also known as Cheryl L. Williams, but I think C. Lynn Williams makes it sound a little better. But she's from Chicago, Illinois.
I mean, we do it after every setting.
I'm hosting a teen mom talk on August 21st. Titled 5 Things Not to Believe If You Are a Teen Mom. Okay? All righty. Okay, great. Thank you so much for showing up, Cheryl L. Williams. Cheryl wants you to know that she is what? In the house.
Hey, Cheryl, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Now, V. Karen Miller is in the house. Toy Parker from the heart of the Carolinas is in the house. And we have Dekeisha Chambliss Williams is in the house, and we have Brian Boone, who is in the house, and we have Karonda Flemings, who is in the house, and Pat Williams, who is in the house, and Carla Mellison, who is in the house, and Carol Trow, who is in the house, and Doris Birch. Doris Birch, Shay. Do you know who Doris Birch is, Shay?
No, tell us a little about Doris Birch and the Fab Factor.
The Fab Factor. And she has this wonderful webinar about being fabulous in who you are. And matter of fact, we should highlight it. If you haven't gotten a chance, you need to sign up for her webinar that she's having tomorrow called the Fab Factor Webinar. Just go to fabfactorwebinar.com. Go to fabfactorwebinar.com. And say, why don't you go ahead and highlight some of the other people?
All right. Well, a shout out to all the folks who are joining right now and participating. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've got an incredible lineup. We've got so much coming up. I can't wait to share it with you. We have none other than the Glenn Garnes, and I can't wait for an opportunity to introduce Glenn. He'll be hanging out with me up here today. You see, Trevor's back in the command center today, and Glenn's going to be talking about the bold new economy. You see it right there, the bold new economy. And you want to hear about what's changing in the new economy. What are some things that you need to do right now? What are some adjustments that you need to make in your business? And Glenn's going to be talking about that today, and I can't wait. And then yours truly, that's myself and Trevor, we come up with you, sharing with you how you can do exactly what we're doing right now through the power of Google Hangouts. How you can earn 7 figures through Google Hangouts. Now, we've got 3 full days. Now, They're not full days, so this isn't like we're going to be here like all day, by the way. So you want to pay attention, you want to zoom in, you want to mark your calendar, because over the next 3 days are the best content that I know that exists on the planet, and I can't wait to share with you. So let me head on over to the private, to the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. And for those that are joining for the very first time, where do you go? How do you get there? You go to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Enter your first name, enter your last name, tell us what you do, and more importantly, tell us where you're from. I'd like to hear exactly where you're from. Now, why would you want to be in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group? Because it's an opportunity for you to connect with other folks that are out there. It's an opportunity for you to tell us what you do. It's an opportunity for you to ask your questions. Maybe right now you said, Shay, Trevor, Glenn, hey, everyone out there, I've got some questions. And they've been inside me, and I couldn't really call my coach. I wanted to, but he's gonna charge me, and that's fine. They should. I didn't feel like searching all around the internet. I've done that, but I want to ask them of you. You who get to work with hundreds of businesses every single day. And you can do that today. You can ask any question you want in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, and we're going to answer that question today. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's kick it off. Let's bring you some content that you can use immediately right now to really grow your business. And I know we have in the wings, Trevor, I believe we have Glenn Garnes getting queued up. Is that correct?
And he's getting queued up, Shay. They say makeup, and they put like makeup on him, and he has like security, and then
did he get? But I mean, did the guy get a haircut?
Shay, he has the haircut on.
Did he shave?
I don't know if he shaved, Shay. I mean, I'm not looking at him that close, Shay, but he is ready. He is ready. And Shay, why don't we do something special today? Why don't we do something special? Mm-hmm. Let's just do something special. Let's do a special guest. Let's later on today, let's call up Doris Birch, none other than the fabulous Doris Birch from out of Chicago, and let's hear a little bit about what she's doing over at the Fab Factor Academy.
Absolutely.
And I hear that she's preparing for the launch of her latest book, The Feminine Edge.
The what edge?
The Feminine Edge.
Tell us a little about that. What is that about?
Well, one, Shay, it's not for you. It's for women who want the edge.
But I mean, I may still buy it. I mean, I want to hear what's going on. Maybe there's some principles that I can apply in my life, that other folks can apply as well. I mean, I'm sure she'll allow me to buy the book. I may want to buy the book for my mom, my sister, my niece. But there's reasons why I'd want to know about it. But I appreciate you giving me a sneak preview. Maybe she'll share a little bit about it a little later on. You don't want to miss that.
So, Shay, that book is going to be just flat out another amazing bestseller from none other than Doris Birch. And maybe we'll get her to call in today and just share a few words on what it takes to be fabulous. Now, Shay, coming up, we have another special guest where this is the first time that he's been spoken, actually, and it's been almost, 4 months since you've seen him in front of a camera. He's been to Canada and back. He's been around the world and back, and he's been teaching the gospel of business all around the world. He works with small business owners around the country. He is the CEO of the Abundant Society. He is also the director of Village Connector TV, and he's done so many amazing things. And he's in the house. And for those people who know who I'm talking about, that's right, I'm talking about none other than Glenn Garnes. And yes, he is actually in the house today, live in person. You won't see his representative. It won't be a pre-recording. It will be him, and it will be live. And Ivy McQueen is in the house, Shay. Ivy McQueen,
shout out
there in Texas.
Thanks a lot for joining us from Texas today.
We also have Karonda Flemings from Profitable Passions.
Hey,
there's some people out there who are doing some amazing things. We have Doris Birch from Fab Factor. Make sure you sign up for her webinar, which is tomorrow, fabfactorwebinar.com, fabfactorwebinar.com. And then you have Karonda Flemings, which is having a webinar on Friday, Friday. And you can go to profitablepassions.com, profitablepassions.com. And there's some superstars in the house. There's some superstars in the house. And also Nadine Renee.
Hey, Nadine.
From Sexy Moms Rock. Sexy Moms Rock, Shay. Guess what, Shay? They are sexy. And guess what, Shay? They are moms. And guess what, Shay? They rock. They're from Sexy Moms Rock.
Well, shout out to you. Again, thank you so much for joining. Coming up, as you can see in the monitor right there, is none other than Glenn Garnes. And Trevor just talked about Glenn Garnes a few moments ago. And let me tell you what makes Glenn special. What makes Glenn special is that in his heart, like deep down in his soul, Glenn has a passion for helping small business owners achieve their dreams. Now, there's some folks who pay a lot of lip service to that. And then there's other folks that go the extra mile to do whatever it is that they can do to make small business dreams become a reality. Let me share a couple of things that I really admire about the person Glenn Garnes. Now, it's not the fact that Glenn Garnes is an attorney. So the person going to be speaking up, he is an attorney. He's passed the bar. He's still a member of the bar here in the great state of Maryland. I don't live in Maryland, by the way. I live in Washington, D.C.
But it is a great state, Shay. It's a
we're
great
not a state. We don't have any voting rights. Can you imagine that? In today's time,
maybe you should move to Maryland.
There's a place in these United States of America that's bigger than like 7 states, pays more taxes than like 20 states, and yet has no voting rights. I just can't get over that. But anyway, back to Glenn Garnes. He is an attorney. He'll be here. What you like about Glenn as well is that Glenn is a husband. He has 3 beautiful kids. I believe it's 3. Is that right, Trevor? I think he has 2 sons and a daughter. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Well,
I mean, you could always give him some extra. I'm sure his wife won't mind, Shay.
And he has a beautiful wife, and she's very supportive. And so Glenn's a family man. So you have a person that by trade is trained as an attorney and practiced as an attorney and did very, very well. So he's trained as an attorney. Then you have a gentleman who's a husband. And Glenn, I made a comment that you have 3 kids. That is correct. 2 boys and a girl. Is that correct?
3 boys and a girl.
Oh, yes, 3 boys.
And Shay, they may be getting started with another one. Shay, we never know. We never know.
There's still time. Trevor said there may be
It's still time, Glenn. It's still time, Glenn.
But then Glenn decided that he wanted to go out and change the world, and he became not an entrepreneur. He was already an entrepreneur. I mean, if you're a practicing attorney, you're already an entrepreneur. But he shifted gears. And he saw this need. He saw this space out there. Now, here's a gentleman that believes in his heart of hearts about masterminds. I mean, he may mention some of that during the time that he's here. And so he went out and started working with small businesses and helping them grow their business by using technology, by using fundamental principles, and also by thinking. You see, I always say that selling is a thinking woman's game and is a thinking man's game. And when you're in business, you've got to look for angles, just like in sales. You got to look for ways to think. And that's what Glenn helps do. And today, he's going to come aboard and he's going to share some ideas with you. And these aren't just ideas. It's not like just an ideas you can use. It's what you can implement today to help your business. And if you're a trainer, you want to watch. If you're a small business owner, you want to pay really close attention. And if you're ready to springboard into this new economy, we're in a different space right now. We're in a different place. And some things have changed. While some things are very constant, some things are changed, and you've got to change with it. And you want to know what it is. And Glenn's going to talk about that. I mean, think about the bold new economy. What have you done right now? As you're watching, you showed up. You show up for today because you believe you have the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. You're ready to do something different. You showed up, but here's the question I want you to ask yourself. What have you done over the last 30 days to prepare for the bold new economy? What actions are you taking right now in your business? And some of you are doing very, very well, and you showed up because you know you can get better. You believe you have the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level, and others of you, there's been some highs. Oh, and I feel you. I really do feel you. There's been some lows, and then there's been some other highs. And Glenn's going to talk to you today if you're in that space. And some of you, life's just shown up. You're like, you know what, Shay? I've got to jumpstart my business. I've got to start over again. And I'm really, really pleased. So with that being said, Trevor, I believe we're ready to bring to the stage to share the bold new economy. None other than a person who is a husband. He's a business owner. He believes in masterminds, and today's going to be talking about with you how to bring the bold new economy. And here's something that you don't know about Glenn. This is something you might not know about Glenn. The gentleman loves the camera, not because he likes to be in front of the camera, but he loves technology. We're here today with the Village Connector TV as a result of the vision of Glenn Garnes. And think about that. We wouldn't be communicating with you today through the power of these fiber optic lines. You wouldn't have this opportunity. So with that being said, Trevor, are you ready to bring up Glenn Garnes?
Well, Shay, before we bring up Glenn Garnes, Glenn Garnes is going to be with us all 3 days. I mean,
hold. Now, how can Glenn get time? You, Glenn, together, and there's going to be time? Is that what you're saying, Trevor?
There's going to be time. He's going to be with us for all 3 days. Now,
3 days?
Now, as you know, Shay, he's just recently returned from his Canadian trip where he was sharing with business owners literally from around the world. And as you know, he's a well sought after commodity. He's very difficult to get on any stage, but we have him here on the Lunch and Learn stage. And what I want you to do is go get your pens. Go get them right now. Go get your pads. Be prepared to learn. Be prepared to take your business to the next level. You've never met a gentleman with such a heart for small business owners as Glenn Garnes. You're never going to meet another individual who has such a passion for small business owners as Glenn Garnes. And I want you to be prepared to take your business to the next level. He's committed. The only question is, are you committed? The Lunch and Learn stage would like to welcome none other than Glenn Garnes.
Dun, 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 dun. It all started with Glenn, and now Glenn is back in there. Glenn even has a suit on today too. He has a tie on.
Yeah, this is a very special occasion for me to be out of my work clothes, because my work clothes are normally sweatpants and a t-shirt, because that's how I roll in here most days. But when I'm obviously in the lecture format, I have to conform to what society thinks I should look like. So I'm wearing a suit, and I did that for 18 years practicing law. Actually, I'm still a licensed attorney.
He cut his hair and everything.
Hey, let's just leave my hair alone.
I don't, I mean, hey.
I can't deal with all this makeup and everything. I'm not used to all this stuff, man. I'm just used to speaking from the heart and telling it like it is from my perspective. So, but this is exciting, and as you know, when you and Trevor and I got together, it was actually about this time last year. It was actually March of last year when we got introduced officially. And the three of us together literally were the gang that couldn't shoot straight. But you know what? We were still getting the job done.
Yes, we were.
And that's the key, is that we were fearlessly pursuing the frontier in the form of all this technology out here, making sure that we were brainstorming around how we could deliver a message to people and make it easy for them to invest in themselves by getting information. You see, the reality is that you would normally have to take time off from work and come out to a 3-day event like this at some hotel or some other conference venue of some type. But because of the way that technology is advanced, we can bring this right to you in your office, in your home, or wherever else that you happen to be at a given point in time. So if there ever was an excuse not to invest in yourself by engaging in personal development and getting better at who you are today so that you can be better tomorrow, you have all the barriers removed. And it's because people like Che, people like Trevor, people like me, people like our director of programming here, Do Delamici with Village Connector TV.
Hey, Do, thanks a lot.
We invest our time to use technology to make it easier for you to invest in yourself. And that's important, because most of us don't understand how simple and easy it can be to be better tomorrow than we were today, and how important it is to do that. We're worried about how much what our competition is doing. And the truth is that if you just focused on what you're doing, you wouldn't have any competition. I want to encourage people to be in competition with yourself to be better tomorrow than you are today. And that means learning something new every single day. Whether it's something in your business, whether it's something in life, a life skill, whether it relates to health and wellness, whatever it is, anything that you do to learn something new is an investment in yourself. And if you don't understand that you are always going to be your #1 asset, you have to decide, are you worth investing in? And the people that tend to tune into the Lunch and Learn and all the other events that you and Trevor put on, those are the kinds of people that see themselves worth investing in. And so from that perspective, you're in the right place if you are watching this event right now, whether it's live or pre-record or recorded after the fact, because you're the kind of person that probably sees the value of investing in yourself. So I know that I see that value. I know how much you and Trevor invest. I see how much resource, economic and otherwise, you put into seminars and conferences that you go to. You don't just host these things. You eat your own cooking. You attend them as well. You know, I know that you all went to the Anthony Robbins event. That is not a cheap ticket.
Well, you know, Glenn, I certainly appreciate those comments. Thank you very much. I know Trevor and I, along with you, we do a lot to try to bring the best ideas that can help folks today. And here's just a question. I mean, it's going to be your time. I mean, I'm going to walk out of here in a few moments.
I can promise you, I'm going to keep Trevor away.
I'm going to keep Trevor. I'm going to keep Trevor away. He don't come running up here. He's actually back there running things. But for those folks that are listening, Glenn, and they're like, okay, I'm tuning in. I just signed on, and they're wondering the question, you know, why should I tune in and listen to Glenn? I know you're going to go into details, but what's one of the reasons why those that are out there right now should just tune in? Don't be right now trying to answer phone calls. What's one of the reasons that you would share with the audience?
Well, I would tell you that I have the ability, because of the investment that I've made in understanding the technologies that exist out here, I have the ability to shorten your learning curve.
Ooh.
So if you're interested in not having to travel the route by yourself, trial and error, if you'd like to learn from someone else's experiences, I've been in internet marketing since the early 2000s. And I've seen what worked, and I've seen what doesn't work. I've seen the evolution of technologies and how they've become more powerful. So I only teach the stuff that works.
So if you're out there right now, you're in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group right now, just know you want to pay very close attention, because what Glenn's going to talk about, 2 words: it works.
That's
and what you're going to talk about, we're working the business. Glenn, thank you so much for joining.
Right,
I'm going to leave this time for you, and I'll see you again shortly.
I know.
No, Trevor, stay away, stay away. It's Glenn's time,
I thought you
Trevor.
told me he was going to stay
No, we're going to keep him out of there. Okay, I'll be right back, okay?
Thanks a lot, Che. Well, folks, welcome to Village Connector TV. I am so proud to be able to share with you today some information that I know will make a difference in your business, because it's made a difference in mine, and it's made a difference in the businesses of the people that I work with, my clients. And I know that you're here because you see the value, as we talked about, of investing in yourself. And I want to start off with just a little bit of attitude adjustment for those of you who may be tuning in for the first time, or you may not have heard me speak before. I'm very big on investment in yourself. I truly believe that people who choose to invest in themselves are the people who change the world. And the reason for that is that when you make the decision to become better at who you are, you become more valuable not just to yourself, but to everyone in your circle of influence. And so when you take the time to learn a new skill, you come up with a new idea, you are investing in yourself. And that makes you more valuable, it makes you more competent, it makes you independent. But then when you combine your resources, your energy, your experience level, and things of that nature with others, the way I've done with Trevor and Che, you now are in a position to change the world. So at Village Connector and our flagship social network, Abundant Society, we have the motto of change yourself, change the world, because that's what really causes the world to change. When we invest in ourselves and then work together with others, we lift up our entire communities. John F. Kennedy said that a rising tide lifts all ships, and I truly believe that. But the idea is that we start that lifting of the rising of the tide by making an investment in ourselves first. So I hope you're ready for today's purposes to begin your investment in understanding where the opportunities are for you on the internet and through social media to reach a larger audience of people to whom you can be of service. So let's get started and talk a little bit about the bold new economy. So our agenda for today is a very simple one. We're going to be talking about a little bit of attitude adjustment with respect to being open to possibilities as it relates to where there are opportunities for you on the internet. We're going to talk about the importance of systems and how to use automation without losing the personal touch in your business. We're then going to talk a little bit about outsourcing, what that means, and then I'm going to offer you a very special opportunity to continue the conversation with me on an ongoing basis through a special program that I've just created. So I hope you'll be excited about that. So let's just get started. And I want to tell you a little bit about myself, just so you have a little perspective. And I tell you these things not to impress you, but to impress upon you that I have some knowledge that you might find helpful. And it's not a matter of ego that I share this with you. It's a matter of wanting you to understand the perspective from which I come from, so you can decide for yourself how important this information should be to you.
Glenn, might I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, Trevor.
You know, as we're starting to enter into what I call a bit of a private mastermind, because you work with some of the most successful individuals in the country. You work with some of the best, and you could have started anyway. You could have started with all of the different technologies that you know about. You could have started with many of the different strategies that you know about. But you decided to start with attitude. And I know you just came back from Canada. And where were you at in Canada?
Toronto. I was spending time with Bob Proctor. I've been invited to participate in his signature event, the Proctor Gallagher Matrix event, where people from all over the world are coming to be personally trained by Bob Proctor in their businesses.
And so if you don't mind me asking, with all of the different technologies that you've been involved in, I mean, you've been in internet marketing since the very beginning. You've been a part of several million-dollar launches and franchises. Why did you decide to start with the attitude adjustment first?
Well, I learned from my mentors, people like Jim Rohn, people like Les Brown, people like Bob Proctor, people like Napoleon Hill, that attitude is everything. You see, a lot of times we think that the circumstances that are happening around us dictate the results that we get, and that's just simply not true. Your attitude about what's happening around you is what's important. And I'll give you an example of that. I think Jim Rohn said this best, rest in peace. His attitude was this: life is like being in a sailboat, and the same wind is blowing on us all. The wind of life is blowing on us all. But it's not the blowing of the wind that matters, it's the set of your sail. And you see, we all have the ability to take control of the wind by deciding to consciously and deliberately set our sails to take advantage of it. And that's where attitude comes in. Attitude is about understanding that when things happen, they're neither good nor bad. The character of the thing is determined by what you do about it, what you think about it, what you feel about it, and all that has to do with your attitude. So I've simply chosen to have a positive mental attitude about the things that are occurring around me, and that helps me to get positive results in the process.
So Glenn, I know this is a rare glimpse, and I think that these rare glimpses at people who are successful, who've been successful, who are doing the things that we aspire to do as small business owners and entrepreneurs, I think that rare glimpse is really important. It gives us an insight because, one, as we're trying to do new things, we need to know that somebody has done some of the things that we are attempting to do in our own businesses and in our lives and in our profession. So here's my question to you, Glenn, and this is, we didn't plan this, but I just feel that there's some people out there, they need to hear the behind the scenes story, the Glenn Garnes behind the scenes story. And so Glenn, I have a question for you. Why do you care? I mean, we've seen you put hundreds of thousands of dollars into infrastructures that small business owners can use to build their business. We've seen you throw hundreds of thousands of dollars into studios, Village Connector TV, where small business owners and professionals could come and share their vision and their mission with the world. And what we want to know is, today, why? Why is it important? Why are you investing in small business owners, not just in your local network, but why are you investing in small business owners around the world?
Well, Trevor, thank you for that question, and you're right. This is not on my PowerPoint slides, folks. So this is not pre-rehearsed or anything like that. But the truth is, the reason I care about the issues that Trevor shared is that I understand the importance of community. I also understand that as we look around the world and in the news today, that there are a lot of people that are frustrated, there's a lot of people that are fearful, there's a lot of people that are confused. And the only reason that they're fearful, frustrated, and confused is because they don't know the power of their own minds. They don't know the power that they have within them to not be subject to their circumstances, but to create their circumstances. And so I know from my personal experience that the ability to create the circumstances that you want in life comes from understanding how to invest in yourself to become competent at using your mind. And that's why investing in yourself is so important. You see, even though we're here to talk about business, what we're really talking about is helping you to get better at who you are and what you do. Now, today, the subject matter is business, but it could be personal development generally. It could be social development. It could be relationship-oriented. It could be anything. It's all an investment in you. And so from my perspective, everything that we've done to put the TV studio here together and the other programming, our radio show programming and our online newspaper, our social network devoted to personal development, all of those things are designed to help you have a sanctuary where you can do the first thing that you should have in your mind every day as you start your day, which is getting better at who you are and what you do, and associating with other people who are making that same commitment. Because it's those people working together that help to change society for the better. Unfortunately, we're not going to see a major change for the better until we start learning to work together. And that requires us to acquire greater skills, and we also have to change our mindset about how we view the scope through which we view life. And that's what Jim Rohn was talking about, setting a sail to better thinking, setting a sail to better results, setting a sail to achieving more. That all starts with you taking the time to invest in yourself. And so today, for today's purposes, my presentation is going to help you to set a better sail to reaching your ideal customer on the internet. Now, as Trevor pointed out, I've been on the internet since the beginning. I mean, I was very fortunate to have an appreciation for the importance of technology. And as a result of that, I paid very close attention to the internet. I've participated in or studied almost every marketing trend on the internet since its inception. I've made a lot of mistakes over the years, but through those mistakes, that's what I've learned. I mean, I've learned more from the mistakes I've made than from the victories I've had. I've got hundreds of hours invested in studying and implementing and experimenting with web technologies. Right now, our biggest experiment currently is with streaming media, TV, radio, online newspapers, webinars, hangouts, all that kind of stuff. This is all frontier type activity. And we happen to be on the forefront of it because we've chosen to, because we realize how important this is to people. So with that in mind, I want to start by giving you a warning about the impact of social media. Social media is a powerful tool when it's used properly, but just like any other tool, it can be dangerous when it's done improperly. And that's one of the reasons I've chosen to educate you on this today. So first thing you need to know is that social media amplifies who you are. It's a tool that accelerates your success or your demise depending on how you use it. And the reason it's important to keep that in mind is that, and we go back to the first line in this slide, social media amplifies who you are. Think about that for a minute. That's why it's important for you to be investing in who you are. If you're the kind of person that has bad habits and the first thing you want to do when you get onto a Facebook account or a Twitter account or a LinkedIn profile is to start trying to sell people and broadcasting to them and looking to push that kind of a message out to them, because of how quickly your message can be disseminated across the airwaves, you can do more damage than if you were only speaking before a group of people in a very small environment. So you have to be aware of the power of social media. And that means being aware of how to use it for good and not just for your own self-gratification. You see, successful people do something that's very important. And I learned this from Napoleon Hill, the author of Think and Grow Rich. Successful people are able to achieve their definite chief aim, their main purpose in life, without violating the rights of others. And that is the definition that Dr. Hill uses for success. Achieving your definite chief aim, your purpose, without violating the rights of others. So let's keep in mind that when you choose to exploit people on their Facebook pages by simply broadcasting buy this messages, you're violating their right because they weren't there to hear your marketing message. That's why we're going to talk about some ways that you can make people more receptive to your marketing message by doing some very important things that are preliminary to sharing how you can be of service to them. Now, with that in mind, I'd like to help you take a glimpse of what I call the bold new economy. You see, if you look at all of these places on the internet, Twitter, and YouTube and Ustream and LinkedIn and Facebook and Pinterest and Blog Talk Radio, all these places on the internet that people go. These are communities where people are congregating. We could substitute in those online communities for local cities, local neighborhoods and things like that. It's just a group of people that have chosen to get together online around a common interest. And so that's why it's important for you to understand that the bold new economy is about understanding that it's a communal effort. People are engaging and interacting with each other, and the fashion in which you choose to interact with them is what becomes important to whether you'll be successful in having those folks become your customer, your client, or your patient, or whatever it might be for you in your industry. So there are some philosophies that are important in the bold new economy, and these are things that I'd like for you to write down. One of them, unfortunately, I have covered up there. I'll have to resize that image. But the first thing that you want to do is to become one with the community. And what that means is, don't just come into the community for the purpose of broadcasting your message. We used to call people that did that carpetbaggers, because they were there just for themselves and not for an investment in the community. You want to become one with the community so that you're perceived as part of the community, not just somebody who came through and is passing through. You also want to, as you look at the opportunity to be of service to people, to see relationships, not just transactions. See, if your first goal with someone is to get them to buy something from you, that's a transactional way of thinking. But if you understand the value of a customer to you over the lifetime of that customer, over the time that they would be potentially in the market for your services, then you should understand the value of taking the time to properly invest in creating the relationship rather than just trying to get a sale. You see, customers are wonderful people. Not only will they buy from you, but they will encourage other people to buy from you if they enjoy the experience they have with you. And the relationship is about the experience you have with your customers, not just whether or not you get them to spend money with you today. You want to learn how to make a friend before you make a sale. And that's, again, another way to say, see the relationship, not just the transaction. And the last thing that's important is the one that you can't really see here on the slide, is to understand the power of influence. We're going to return to that principle in just a little bit here, but I want you to really get your head around the power of influence. Now, as you look at this slide, I want you to tell me what it is you see on the slide, and I want you to stop and think about what all these companies have in common. Now, obviously, we're here on live television, on the internet. I don't have the ability to interact with you. We don't have a studio audience, although normally we do. But let me just fast forward and tell you this. The thing that these companies have in common is that they all have a community of people who are extremely loyal to their brand, to their mission, and to what they do. There are people that will go into Starbucks, spend $5 and come out with no bucks, but they'll still be back there tomorrow with another $5. And that's because there are people that believe in the Starbucks brand. There are people that go to Whole Paycheck, Whole Foods, and they walk out of there with whatever it is that they wanted to leave with. But the point is that some people would tell you that you're overspending, but it's because of the business experience. It's because of the experience that Whole Foods puts them through when they come into their store that makes them willing to part with their money. There are some people, like I said, that ride a Harley Davidson. They will not talk to someone that's on a Honda, because that Harley Davidson brand is a tribe. It's a group of people that all have something in common with each other. And we all know that there are people that have an American Express card that won't leave home without it. And I've actually seen people get into fights, fist fights, at a coffee shop if they are sitting next to someone on a PC and they're an Apple fan. So you talk about rabid fans. These are all people, these are all companies that have figured out how to create a community around their brand in a way that makes them loyal followers. Nobody feels like they were snookered into buying an iPhone. They bought it because they wanted to be part of that tribe. So with that in mind, that's where influence lies. And this is the kind of following you should be looking to have around your company, your services, your brand, your identity. And it's not necessary for you to invest the kind of economic resources that these companies have to achieve that, especially because of how powerful the internet is. Some of these companies existed before there was an internet, and the fact is that they were able to create this persona for themselves before they had the power of the internet. You now have that power, which is why it's so important for you to take advantage of it and use it in an appropriate way. Now, let's talk a little bit about what it takes to become a center of influence, because a lot of people, they don't really know what I'm talking about when I say that. What does it take to become a center of influence? What does it take to attract people to you like a magnet? That's what we're talking about here. So I have found in my experience that the first and most important part of attracting the right people to you is to start by offering them value. You see, people, before they make the decision to spend money with you, they want to know a little bit more than just that you're going to ask them for a credit card at the end of a process. They want to see and experience what you have to share and then make an intelligent decision as to whether or not what you do and what you have could benefit them. So value can sometimes be offering free information. That's one of the reasons I love teaching live workshops like this one, because I have the ability to share some of my philosophy, some of my values, some of my information with you before you have to worry about spending any money or deciding whether you will spend any money with me. But the point is, it's the value that gets the relationship started. If people see value in what you're offering, then they move to the next step with you. You develop credibility with them. And credibility is important because that begins the process of positioning you for influence. You see, once you deliver value, people then see you as credible. When you are credible, they tend to trust you. And when you can create trust amongst a group of people, you begin to have influence with them. And see, when you go back to the previous slide, people trust Harley-Davidson to produce a motorcycle that's worthy of what they have in their dreams and desires. People trust American Express to be there for them when they need to make a purchase. People trust Starbucks to give them a great experience when it comes to having coffee, and so forth and so on. So that is something that developed after a value that Starbucks offers. You notice how many companies that give people samples of their product up front? They give them a chance to experience it before they ask them to buy it. Those are all ways that you develop trust and credibility with people. Now, again, a lot of us try to get this backwards. We actually expect for people to trust us before they get to know us. How many times have you walked into a networking event, someone hands you a business card and is already asking you for your business or to make referrals to them, and you don't even really know their last name? It's not an environment that really lends to having credibility and trust with people. So it's rare that someone walks into an event. I mean, unless you are an emergency room physician and someone's choking on the floor in front of you, you're not likely to get a customer just because you handed out your business card. But there are people that go into business events like that and actually expect that result, and that's why they're frustrated, because it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes it's important to slow down in order to speed up. And this, investing in this process of delivering value to develop credibility, to then develop trust and influence with people, is what I mean by slowing down to speed up. And it doesn't have to take forever to do that. It's just that you can't put the cart before the horse. So let's move on and talk about how you might be able to do that. We're going to talk about some places on the internet that you can go to begin the process of getting introduced to the people that you'd like to serve in your business. The first one I want to talk about is Facebook. Facebook is a huge community of people from very diverse backgrounds, interests, etc. It's a great place to begin seeking relationships with consumers. It's a great place for you to invest time to become one with the communities that you seek to be of service to. Now, remember what I said, to become one with the communities that you seek to be of service to. I didn't say it's a great place to run ads. I didn't say it was a great place to begin broadcasting your messages. It's a great place for you to become one with the customers and the communities that you're seeking to be of service to. So keep that in mind. Remember, this is an attitude adjustment type approach to things. LinkedIn is a great place for you to establish alliances with other professionals. You will find that if you invest in other people as referral sources, I call them strategic alliance partners, if you invest in those relationships the proper way, you will actually have a very easy time at getting in front of people with whom you can be of service, or to whom you can be of service. You see, you got to think about it this way. When you broadcast an ad about how great your company is, you're bragging. But when you have somebody recommend you, that's a testimonial. Think about how many times you've asked someone who they recommend versus relying on an ad that you saw in the local newspaper about someone that provides the service that you want. You're usually more impressed with someone's experience with that company rather than you are with what they choose to put in their ad. So getting a quality introduction through a referral partner is a very, very powerful way to do it. And it leverages the relationship that you have with the referral source and the relationship the referral source has with the person they're recommending you to. You see, that's a beautiful thing, because most people are recommending you to people they care about, and those people know that they care. So now you get trust and credibility by virtue of the relationship you have with someone that they care about. So again, when you get this right, it works like a charm, not because it's a strategy or a tactic, but because it's human nature that people would rather do business with people they know, like, and trust. In fact, you might want to write that down. A lot of people say this. One of my very good friends, Bob Berg, the author of The Go-Giver and Endless Referrals, is famous for his line that people do business with people they know, like, and trust. And I truly believe that. I've lived that. That's how I built my law firm back when I was practicing law. And I've done everything else since then through relationships. The relationships I have with Che and Trevor have resulted in us partnering on this broadcast to share this message with you. So we eat our own cooking here when it comes to building relationships, and we take it seriously, not just because it works, but because it's the right thing to do. Now, the third thing that we want to talk about is Twitter. Twitter has a tendency to be a place where the conversation, the dialogue is much shorter, small tidbits, soundbite type information, but it's also very rapid, a lot of information in a hurry. It's like motivational quotes. You can get a lot of knowledge in a hurry with a motivational quote. That's how it happens on Twitter. Things are always breaking and trending on Twitter because you have to express yourself very quickly. But it's also a place to offer a great deal of value to people. Imagine sharing a link to an article that you've read that you found useful to you. You can do that with a few button clicks, and you start to develop street credibility with people when you give back that way. People want to follow you because you become a useful source of information to them. And that's a powerful way for you to begin building a bond and loyalty with a community of people. Now, YouTube is very, very powerful. When you engage through video, people get a chance to experience you through more of their senses. They can hear you, they can see you, they can experience the emotion behind your words, they can see your body language. There's a very, very powerful reason why video should be part of your marketing strategy. It's a very powerful and important communications tool. Think about the impact television had. The main reason we listen to radio these days is when we can't be in front of a television. But if you're at home and you have a choice between radio and television, you're more likely, if their television is available, to watch the television. There's a reason for that. And it's because television is more engaging. It touches more of the senses and satisfies more of your desire for information. So if you're not using YouTube in the right way, you may be missing the opportunity to have your customers, your referral sources, your future clients experience that with you. And that's why we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in putting together television recording studios. And we still do radio as well, because there are times where radio is appropriate. We don't have time to get into details today about that. But there are times when radio is more appropriate. There's sometimes where people, they're not in a position to watch a TV, but they can have the radio playing in the background. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that every medium has its role, has its purpose. and you have to understand the purpose and its strength so that you can take the best use of it to communicate with the people you choose to be of service to. Now, Pinterest, in a lot of ways, is very similar to a lot of these other communities. Even though it is not it's not a video community for the most part, it's very visual. You use a lot of photographs and images. And you also have shorter messages because you can type a little blurb to go under the images that you post. And those images can be created in a storyboard that allows people to kind of see the story that you're putting together. And I'll give you an example of how I use Pinterest. We actually use Pinterest to post motivational quotes. We have a board for Abundant Society, which is our personal development social network. We've got a Facebook-style social network that's devoted to people who are interested in personal development. And in fact, if you'd like to become a member of that, it's free to join. And this is a free service we offer the community. You can go to abundantsociety.net, abundantsociety.net, and create a profile for yourself. But one of the things that we do over there is we deliver personal development content. And one of the ways that we encourage and expose people to the opportunity to join that online community is through our Pinterest board, where we're sharing motivational quotes that pique their interest enough to have them stop what they're doing and see the value of becoming part of that community with us. So again, it's very visual, but it's a lot simpler than producing video. The truth is that sometimes video, as we're doing here on television, it requires a little preparation. It's worth it, but it's not always as convenient as some other things you can do. And that's why you have to fully understand and explore all the different media that you have available to you, because they all have a role in your success in finding people to be of service to. Now, the next thing that's really important in your effort to be of service to people is to develop a system. And systems sometimes mean technology, sometimes it just means that you have an organized, orderly way of doing things. In fact, Bob Berg again defines a system as a repeatable process that yields predictable results. A repeatable process that yields predictable results. That's all a system is. So it could be technology. It could be something that's manual in the context of you're doing something, you know, with your hands or whatever, but you do it a certain way. For example, a bookkeeper, they come in, they record, you know, back in the day they used to record sales transactions in a journal and keep track of them and transfer those into spreadsheets, and then, you know, that was all done manually, but it was a system. They would make a sale, they would save the receipts, they would tally up the receipts, and they would record those to be used in preparing the books of the company. Now today we know that that can all be done with software, but it was still a system back then. It's just that it's an automated system today. So the thing I need for you to understand about system is that system stands for save yourself time, energy, and money. That is the reason that you should have a system, is because most of us are looking to save time, looking to save energy, and looking to save money. And if any of those things or all of those things are important to you, then you need to have a system. And in this case, we're talking about a marketing system. So we're going to share a little bit more about how you might want to go about putting a system together. But before we do that, I would like to talk with you about what the goal of your system should be. You see, I feel that there are three very important roles that a system should play to be effective for you. And if your system doesn't do all three of these things, then you are missing an opportunity. The first thing your system should do is to increase the size of your network, increase the size of your community, increase the size of the people who you have contact with, to whom you can offer service. Now, sometimes people call this list building, sometimes they call it prospecting, sometimes they call it filling your sales funnel. I don't care what you call it. But the bottom line is that if you want to increase your ability to be of service to people, you have to increase the number of people who are aware of the services you offer. And that means increasing the size of your network, both your referral network and your customer base. You also should have a system that strengthens the relationships that you have with those people. See, the thing is, you can know a lot of people, But if they don't feel strongly about you, it doesn't matter. And that's what I was talking about when we talked about the what's the word I want to use? The social media warning I gave you. You see, on the internet, you have the ability to meet a lot of people, but the fashion in which you interact with them will determine whether the relationship becomes stronger or becomes weak or becomes non-existent. A lot of times we go online, and because of the way we choose to engage with people, we burn a bridge before we've built it. This is about learning how to build the bridge, making a friend before you make the sale, seeing relationships, not just transactions. So your system should always position you to strengthen relationships with the people that you seek to be of service to and the people that you currently are of service to. The third thing that your system should do is to allow you to increase the frequency of contact that you have with people. The reason that's important is that you can know a lot of people and they can all love you dearly, but if they're not thinking at you at a time when they could use your service or know someone that could, you're going to miss opportunity. So again, a complete system addresses all of those issues. And the good news for you is it's very simple to create a system that does all those things that I just laid out for you. So let's talk about this. We talked earlier about the fact that a system creates predictable results. A system is also something that you can teach other people to do in the context of your business. You see, we're busy as business owners. We can't afford to rely exclusively on our own efforts if we really want to be successful in business. There is a limited amount of time that we have in the day, and the fashion in which and the efficiency with which we use that time will typically dictate the results that we get and the lifestyle that we get to live in the process. So we have to be able to teach people the system. A system is typically scalable. If it works on a micro level as you grow, it will continue to yield even bigger results as you grow. And it's leverageable. Leverageable meaning that you should be able to get more out of the system than the actual time you put into implementing it. So again, these are all benefits of having a system. And the reason I go through these is because a lot of people will not take the time to create their system and properly establish it and nurture it and work it because they don't know what's on the other side for them. They don't have confidence. They don't have belief that it'll work for them. So they never get started. And lack of belief is probably the #1 reason why people underachieve. They assume that it won't work for them, even though they see other people that are doing it. You know, every successful business owner in America has a system that does something. So why would you think that you can be successful in business without one? Henry Ford, one of the most prolific entrepreneurs and successful entrepreneurs in the history of American industrialism, American entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurship in the world, he developed a system for an assembly line. And we know that the result of his system was that he was able to make cars effectively, efficiently, cost effectively, to the point where virtually anyone could afford a car. Think about how the automobile changed the world forever. People became more mobile. They could go further away to find good jobs because the travel time to those jobs was more dependable, or was less, and the transportation was more dependable. That changed the world forever in a very big way, and that's why Henry Ford became a very wealthy individual. But my point is that that was about the quality of service and the quantity of service that he delivered to people through his system. So the same is true of Thomas Edison, Harvey Firestone, the founder of Firestone Tires. They all had systems. Andrew Carnegie, they all had systems. And those systems improved quality of life for their customers. You need to have a system that improves quality of life for your customers, and in turn, it will improve quality of life for you. Now, here are the elements that I think are important in any system. The first thing you need to have is a plan, a marketing plan. And when I say a marketing plan, I'm talking about a written protocol for what it is that you're going to do systematically. You also need to have, in today's age, a website. Now, there are some people that do well without a website, but they have a website substitute at least. Sometimes your social media pages can substitute for a website, but I'm telling you that you should have both. You also need to have a social media presence. A social media presence. And if you are not completely established in social media, that's another place where you may be underachieving. The last thing that you need to have in any complete system is a customer relationship management system. Now, what I mean by that is you need to have some orderly way to have people get plugged into your network and for you to communicate with them effectively and to keep track of statistics showing what they're doing, what they're liking, what they're enjoying about the relationship with you. You should be able to do that today with the kinds of technology that exists with a few button clicks. So your system should have the elements that we've just discussed. Now, when I talk about offering value as the genesis of the relationship, as the beginning of forging a bond with people who you could be of service to, one of the most effective, both in terms of time, energy, and money, one of the most effective ways to do that is what we call content marketing. Now, you've seen content marketing. You may not have called it that or realized or had that in mind at the time, but content marketing is simply when you share information with other people that adds value to their lives. We're doing that today through this webinar, or through this live stream television show. We're sharing information with you, content, that will help to enhance the quality of life that you experience both personally and in your business. You could do that with an ebook. You could do that by sharing articles. You could do that by having a radio show. You could do that by simply sharing MP3 files with little tidbits of wisdom. You could do that by sharing motivational quotes, or maybe by doing a combination of all of those things. But the point is that content marketing is more about giving value first, which then leads to credibility, which then leads to trust, which then leads to influence. Value, credibility, trust, influence. You see, you don't get to influence people until they trust you and until you're credible with them. And the easiest way for you to do that is not just to be around them longer than everyone else, it's to actually enhance the quality of life that they get to live because of what you've done for them. And the best thing that you can do is to help people to invest in themselves by becoming better at who they are with information that makes a difference to them. Now, the beautiful thing about a content marketing system is that it becomes a perpetual promoter of your business. You see, after we finish this event today, this content will be available on YouTube for as long as we choose to leave it up there. That means it becomes a perpetual promoter of what we're doing. We can send a link out to that every day to give more and more people an opportunity to experience it. But if you don't take the time to create the content, then you don't have anything to share. And that's usually where the wheels come off for most people, is that they don't take the time to create their system and to create their content plan so that they have something that's worth sharing. Now, the other thing that's nice about content is that it has a viral component to it. By viral, I mean that if somebody likes your content, they're going to share it with other people. That's how you expand your network. Think about if every one of your customers shared on their Facebook page a link to your video teaching somebody something that you did for them. Think about the power of that when they say, "This is my business coach teaching something that I hired him to do for me." That's going to make a lot of people stop and want to find out, especially if that person was successful with what you taught them. They've got friends that are wondering, "How did you do that?" Here's how I did it. I hired Che and Trevor to help me to do a makeover of my business. And this is what they taught me. You see, that's how things go viral. Now, the other thing is that content marketing is extremely affordable. You can put an ebook together for less than $500 with the assistance of a best-selling author who can actually guide you to do it yourself or do it for you. Think about the fact that if you had an ebook that costs you $500 or less, but you could give that out as an incentive for people to get on your mailing list to really tens of thousands of people around the country. Can you imagine what it would cost for you to take a place an ad in a newspaper in tens of thousands of newspapers across the country? Well, today, with the digital world being what it is, you can have that same effect by creating an ebook one time and sharing it out through social media communities where you're offering value to people before you ask them to expend money with you or to spend money with you. So again, content marketing, you need to be the source of information. It gives you a perpetual way to promote your business. It allows you a viral component that most ads don't provide you, and it's affordable. I mean, think about this. When was the last time you were sitting and reading an ad, and the ad was so good that you decided to share it out on Facebook with all your friends, or to call someone on the phone and say, hey, did you see that ad in the newspaper today? That doesn't happen very frequently. But somebody will share an ebook or a quote or an article that they read or an audio file or anything like that where it educated them. It created awareness for them of a subject matter that was important to them. And people like to share things that are important to them. So the point is that that's why these things are so important. You've got to avoid allowing this to go over your head. This is why we take this so seriously, because we know this is what has worked since the beginning of time. Now it's just a matter of whether you'll do it or just let it be one of those other things that you heard about that you chose not to do. Now, how do you get content? Well, there's a lot of ways to do that. I told you it's very affordable. There's ways to do it where it doesn't have to cost you anything at all. You actually can create an ebook all by yourself. So you can create your own content, and I do a lot of that. You know, we create audio lessons and video lessons, and if you go on my YouTube channel, I have lessons on a lot of different things that I've had experience with over the years, and I share that out with people so that they can shorten their learning curve and maybe benefit from some of my experiences. See, one of the most powerful ways for people to learn, there are like 4 ways that we learn through learned knowledge. That's where you're actually in a lecture or reading out of a book or maybe studying something. That's a very effective way to learn. But another way that we learn is through activity knowledge, where we actually get out and do things, especially when we implement what we just learned through learned knowledge. That's activity knowledge. The third way that we learn things is through modeling knowledge, and that's what I'm talking about here, is that when I share with people what my experience has been, they're able to model themselves after the result that I got by doing the things that I did to make that result happen. That's modeling knowledge. Basically, it's copying other people's model. You see, when we were in college and we were in high school, we were in grade school, they told us not to copy other people. You actually got thrown out or suspended or penalized for that. Now you get out in the real world and you find out that copying is a virtue. You know, some of the best people in the world have learned how to be good copycats. You know, you got to make sure you copy the right cat, but I mean, the point is that copying someone else's proven model can accelerate the pace at which you can succeed. That's what franchises are about. They build franchises, they come up with a system that works, and they give you an opportunity to participate in that for a fee. That's basically modeling knowledge that's made available to you so that you don't have to go and figure it out yourself. Now, of course, the last way that we learn is through teaching knowledge. And this isn't on the slide, but the point I'm trying to make to you is that that's what we're doing here. Che and Trevor and I are very committed to teaching knowledge. Because for one thing, it's a great way to give back to your community. But just as importantly, the more we teach a subject, the better we become at it ourselves. Because when you have to prepare yourself to be able to deliver content like this, you have to master the subject matter at a level that is very much above what the people you're sharing it with have. And that's what offers value to the community, is that we're shortening your learning curve by making the commitment to know these things ourselves and then sharing them with you in a format that gives you an opportunity to experience it without having to study it for years and years and years to become good at it. Now, so you can create your own content, and I encourage you to do at least part of that yourself. But another great way to get content is to work with your strategic alliance partners. Think about this for a minute. If you take the time to establish relationships with other people who serve the same kinds of clients that you want to serve, but they do it with products and services that are either complementary to yours or that don't compete, you now have a circle of influence of people who are also working with the kinds of people you want to work with. They all have their own expertise in their subject matter. Imagine if each one of them wrote an article, did an audio file, came on a TV show like this, and shared 5-10 minutes of their own content with your audience. Now, if you had 10 referral partners doing that, you've got 10 sources of content that don't require you to be the sole source of the content. So that's another way that you gain leverage. Everyone does a little, so no one has to do a lot. The other way that you can get content, you don't even have to have a relationship with the people from whom you're getting the content, is to curate it off the internet. For the most part, people don't mind when you share a link to their blog. They don't mind when you share a link to their YouTube video. They don't mind when you share a link to anything they put on the internet. They are looking for exposure. And so by simply sharing someone else's content, you actually edify them, but you also, in the eyes of your clients and the people that follow you, you were the source of that for them. You see, I share motivational quotes and I share posts from other people all day long on my Facebook page. And my followers enjoy those quotes and information, even though they know that I'm not the one that created it. In fact, in some ways, they actually appreciate the fact that I'm sharing what other people are saying. I mean, I don't have all the answers to all of life's issues. But when I come across an answer that made sense for me, it's great for me to share it with other people, and the people in my circle of influence appreciate that. And that's why I have a very strong bond with the people that follow me on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn and other places that I circulate online. You can create that for yourself as well by simply learning how to curate the content. Now, of course, the last way that you can do it is to purchase it. And I recommend that you do that as well, because there's some very high quality content out here that offers great value. So if you're in a position to make a little bit of an investment, you can save yourself the trouble of creating it yourself. You can save yourself the trouble of waiting until a strategic alliance partner can create something for you. You can get a more credible source sometimes by not curating everything you do off of the internet. You can often put yourself in a position to have superior content by being willing to make a little bit of a monetary investment. Now let me give you an example of a program that you could use that requires a slight monetary investment but offers an incredible value to consumers, to customers. One of my dear colleagues, a young lady by the name of Mia Zachary, has created a program where she actually authors ebooks that she can license you to give away from your website as an incentive for people to get on your mailing list. One of those ebooks is called The Hacks of Life, 50 Simple Tricks for a Happier Home. And what she's done is she's assembled a series of tips that give people ideas about how to repurpose general household items to do things that they weren't initially intended to do, but they do them quite well. So when you purchase the license to give away this ebook from your website, you have the opportunity to brand your business on the front page of that ebook. In fact, Doe, if you wouldn't mind, bring that slide back up for me so people can see at the bottom there where it says compliments of. That's where your company name would go. And then on the inside of that ebook, you can have all of your contact information so that someone knows when they use one of those tips successfully that you were the source of that tip, and they have you on their minds at a time when they could use your services. They'll also share this ebook with their friends and family members. Remember we talked about size of network, strength of relationships, frequency of contact. This is a great way to increase all three of those things in the context of your business and your marketing system. Now, let me give you an example of a hack just so you understand what we're talking about here. I don't know how many of you know this, but mayonnaise is actually great for removing crayon marks from wood furniture. How many times have you had a kid visit, or you got your own kids, and they write on the walls, they write on the furniture, they write on anything when you turn your back? Well, when they write on wood furniture, you have the ability to use a little bit of mayonnaise to remove that. Did you know that when you have the lens on the front of your headlights, you can actually remove that film that develops from all the road debris and all the road junk that you run into as you're driving around your car that you could actually remove that with toothpaste. If you go to the parts store, they'll sell you kits for $30, $40, $50, maybe as much as $100 to remove that film so that your headlights shine well. You could do that with a $2 tube of toothpaste if you understood about hacks. These things that we repurpose for things that weren't originally intended for, but they work just fine for. Did you know that ketchup can actually be used to polish copper, brass, and even silver? Well, think about the last time you went and bought some copper or silver polish. That stuff is not cheap. It's certainly not as cheap as ketchup, but you never thought about using ketchup for that purpose. So what I'm saying to you is that when you give away a resource like this, you're educating people on things that help to improve the quality of life that they experience in their household. Think about this. Every real estate agent in America ought to be giving away this Hacks of Life book from their website as an incentive for people to get on their mailing list, because for the most part, these are household tips. These are household tips. And that usually means people owning houses or people who want to own houses. So if you want to attract people who are about to make a purchase, maybe they're apartment goers, maybe they're apartment livers, but they're looking at eventually owning their own house. Wouldn't that be a great person to have on your mailing list so that they're thinking about you at a time when they might be looking to make a real estate purchase? If they've been receiving your Hacks of Life over the period of a year before they make a purchase, do you think they're going to go to some other real estate agent or they're going to come to you? I'll give you a minute to think about it. So this is the value of understanding how to use content marketing systematically to grow your following, strengthen relationships, and increase the frequency of contact that you have with people. Now, I don't want to be a commercial for Mia's lead book system, but if you have an interest in getting more information about that, I'd encourage you to go to leadbooksystem.com, and browse around there and find out a little bit more about that program. I think that if you sign up on her mailing list, which you see on the screen here, you actually get a chance to see how it works. So go ahead and try that. Go fill out the form at leadbooksystem.com and get a chance to experience how that system would work for you. And then consider whether it could play a role in helping you to accomplish the objective for your marketing system of increasing the size of your network, increasing the strength of the relationships you have with the people in your network, and increasing the frequency of contact that you have with those people. Okay, now, we talked earlier about the fact that sometimes systems are manual and sometimes they're automated. Now, we have a lot of automation tools available today. It's incredible how many resources we have. In fact, the big challenge for most people is narrowing down the choices, not having choices. You see that? We actually have more trouble narrowing down the choice of what to use rather than finding something to use. And that's another reason why I've created the Bold New Economy program, is because we actually do reviews of all of the technologies out here and report back to you on which ones make the most sense for you and where they fit in your business. Because we know that if you're not in the business of doing this for yourself, you don't have time to monitor every trend on the internet. That's my business. But my business offers value to you so that you don't have to do that. So let's talk a little bit about automation tools if I can. First of all, when you are on the internet and you're in social networking communities, one of the automation tools that's available to you is account linking. And what I mean by that is that you can set your accounts up to syndicate content you post one place in other places. So if you're on your LinkedIn profile and you've connected that to your Twitter account, anytime you post on LinkedIn, you can also have it go automatically to Twitter. If you connect your Twitter account to your Facebook account, that means anytime it hits your Twitter account, it will go onto your Facebook account. So now with a few button clicks, you can be present in 3 separate communities. That's called account linking. Now, keep in mind, there are reasons why you may not want to do that all the time. I don't have time to go into them today, but that's one of the reasons I created the Bold New Economy program, to share with you in greater depth, give you greater depth of vision for how this should be done so that you maximize your opportunity to be of service to more people. The other thing that you can do is content scheduling. This is where you prepare content ahead of time and it automatically gets syndicated and disseminated on a schedule you set. We see email marketing systems that we use for that. We also have the ability on like websites like WordPress, where you can actually create a blog post and schedule it to show up on your blog on a particular day at a particular time, so that you can literally load up articles a year ahead of time and have them all post daily without your having to log in daily to do that. The other thing we have is artificial intelligence. What I mean by artificial intelligence is simply this. You have the ability to conduct a lot of research and development online. Research and development meaning finding out what people are interested in. You can monitor trends on Twitter using hashtags to see what people are talking about, especially if those things are relevant to whether they'd be interested in your product or service. Think about this. I guarantee you that if you search the word cell phone on Twitter, there are people talking right now about the cell phone they're buying, or about their cell phone just broke, or about something else relating to the cell phones that might involve their buying a cell phone in the future. You have the ability to monitor using artificial intelligence. That's simply understanding how to automate the process of getting those buying signals sent to you automatically so that you can go be part of that conversation and see if you can be of service by educating. Hey, I see that you were looking for a new cell phone. What were you thinking about buying? What do you need for it to do? What are you using now? That's a way that you can be of service to someone so that everyone makes the right decision. Do you know that Best Buy, for example, has an entire team of people that do nothing but monitor Twitter for people talking about big screen TVs and electronics? What do you think they're doing that for? They're doing that so that they have the ability to be Johnny on the spot, to be helpful in helping someone make a buying decision. And when they do that, they're more likely to buy it from Best Buy than they are to go someplace else. So if you just look at what the big boys are doing and understand that you can do it too, again, that's modeling knowledge, you understand that you have the ability to shorten your learning curve by just paying attention to what's going on around you. Now, WordPress has all kinds of plugins. We're not going to get into detail. This isn't a workshop on WordPress, but WordPress is a very powerful communications platform. It's no longer just a blogging platform. WordPress has a lot of plugins that extend the functionality of it. You can use WordPress to monitor statistics. You can use it to send out text messages. You can use it to syndicate your content. You can use it to curate your content. There are software programs that are capable of doing all kinds of things if you take the time to create a WordPress command center for yourself. And we talk about that in the Bold New Economy, because frankly, I could have a website just about how to get the most out of WordPress, and you would never run out of things to talk about in there in a lifetime. That's how much information is available to you on WordPress. Autoresponders. Autoresponders are basically email marketing systems. And there are a number of very good ones out there. I'm going to be talking about one tomorrow that I recommend and the one that I use. But the point I'm trying to make is that having an effective way to communicate with people through email is vital to your successful system. Webinar and video content. You can automate the process of sharing webinar and video content, setting up a webinar. There are lots of tools out here that make it very simple and easy for you to host a very high quality presentation and to impress people with your professionalism. SMS text messaging, another very important tool these days. You know, the cell phone is the one thing people truly won't leave home without these days. You need to have a vehicle by which you can communicate with people on their cell phone, since that's one thing they will not leave home without. I've actually gotten in the car, been halfway to wherever my destination was, realized I didn't have my cell phone with me, drove back and got it, or had someone bring it to me, because of how dependent I've become on having the cell phone with me. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you want to reach more people, you have to go where they are and then be useful to them. So going where they are means being able to reach them on their cell phone, and being useful to them means sharing value through content marketing in a way that inspires them to give you credibility, trust, and influence. Now, talk very quickly about outsourcing. A lot of you are probably thinking, wow, this sounds like a lot of stuff to do. I don't know, if I was doing all that all day long, I wouldn't have time to do my business, and you're right. Now, I didn't say that you have to do it. I said it needed to be done. And needing to be done means that somebody else can do it for you. Remember, we talked about a system being something that's teachable. Teachable means getting other people to help you with implementing your system. And that today is often best done through outsourcing. Excuse me. So when I say outsourcing, I'm referring to assigning certain tasks in your marketing system to others. You can do that by sending the work to a freelance person that's got experience with it, whether it be administrative work or social media postings, whatever it might be. With that in mind, you can outsource a variety of different things. And let's just go ahead and bring that up on the screen so people can see some of the things that you can outsource. Today, creation and management of your social media accounts is something that can definitely be outsourced. What I mean by that is somebody can help you to create your social media presence, and somebody can actually help you. There's a picture back there. Someone can actually help you with your with posting your content and getting that set up to automate for yourself. You can also outsource the creation and management of free online listings that help you to get access to people who may be looking for you through search engines or looking for what you do through the search engines. You can definitely get a virtual assistant to help you with researching where your customers are today, whether that be Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn or someplace else on the internet. Knowing where to go to find the people you're being of service to is critical to your success, but it doesn't require you to do the research. Drafting and posting your content is something. Some people are experienced with actually going in, reading your industry, and creating the content for you. These are all options that are available to you when you understand the power of outsourcing. Now, one thing that's really important, this comes up really with service professionals, people like restaurants, plumbers, electricians, people that typically give feedback on an experience that they've had with a company. Think about Angie's List, Yelp, Foursquare. These are all places where consumers give feedback about the experience that they've had with certain providers of products and services as a customer. So sometimes it becomes important for you to monitor your reputation online so that you can see what people are saying about you and your brand. And so having a virtual assistant, having a social media strategist or a social media manager monitoring your reputation allows you to intervene at a point in time where if something is not right about a customer experience, you can address it in an effective way and mitigate any negativity that may have been associated with it. You see, one of the things that I have found about negative feedback that you get from people is that most people don't expect you to be perfect. They do expect you to be responsive. And so if somebody posts something negative about an experience that they've had with you on the online and you're not responding to it by, in an appropriate way, that misses an opportunity for you and perpetuates a perception that you're not competent. But if you have someone that keeps you aware of what people are saying, even when someone has a negative experience, you can step in and sympathize with them and invite them to call you so that you can fix it for them. And when consumers see you do that, they feel more confident about giving you their business because they know, well, at least he responded, at least he took care of the customer, and it looks like the customer was happy because now he came back and said, hey, I'm glad I posted this because they fixed it for me and now I'm happy. It was a great experience after I brought this to their attention. So my point is that would be your opportunity too if you had your social media manager monitoring your reputation online. So these are all things that you can outsource. Doesn't require you to do them, but they are things that have to be done. Now, our time is relatively short today because of the nature of this event. We have a lot of information to share. We have other people that need to come up here and speak with you and share information with you. And my time is now over for purposes of today. Now, the truth is that I have only scratched the surface of what makes people truly successful in understanding the bold new economy. We've only touched on a few basic principles, hopefully gotten your attitude adjusted in a way where you see the opportunity for yourself in understanding internet and social media marketing. But I'd like to give you an opportunity to continue this conversation with me after today. So let me share with that as we wrap up how you can continue this conversation, continue to have access to me, continue to get information that might make a difference in helping you to create the kind of business that you're worthy of. So first and foremost, I've created a program that we call the Bold New Economy. It's a virtual classroom where members subscribe to get access to lessons from experts on everything from social media marketing to internet marketing generally, to relationship marketing, content marketing, WordPress, CRM systems, automation software, all kinds of things that you wouldn't in your lifetime stop to try to understand by yourself. We do software reviews to keep you on the cutting edge of what's available today to help you be better at what you're doing. We also have a Q&A coaching forum where you can literally watch a lesson and then go in and ask questions if it wasn't enough to answer those questions for you. And so you're getting your questions answered by the experts. This program is continuously updated, meaning that we're going to be adding new lessons all the time. The idea is for us to work with you to keep you on the cutting edge of the things you need to know to be successful in implementing a marketing system for yourself. So it's kind of like joining a trade journal or joining an organization that's designed to keep you. It's kind of like if you join the Bar Association as an attorney, and the Bar Association keeps you up to date on new laws and regulations that affect your profession. Marketing affects your business. And if you're not staying up to speed on what you could be doing in marketing your business, then you are stifling your ability to grow and to nurture or to prosper by simply putting yourself in a position to remain in ignorance. I don't want you to remain in ignorance. I want you to have the latest and greatest and most importantly, the most current information on where opportunities are for yourself. And that's why I created this program. Now, our Learning Center, as I said, includes all kinds of subjects. We're going to be talking about starting you off with helping you to create the marketing plan that we talked about earlier. When you think about it, I know that most of you do not have a written marketing plan. You may want to pretend that you do, or you may want to rationalize all the reasons that you don't have one, but the bottom line is we all know you don't have one. Well, I have the ability to fix that for you right now by helping you to create a marketing plan that you can probably fit on one sheet of paper and be implementing in a few hours. We're going to talk about social media, how to get the most out of WordPress, communications tools and technology, how to automate these things effectively without losing the personal touch. We're going to go into greater depth on how to outsource effectively so that you can leverage your time, energy, and money in the best way possible for your business. I'm going to show you how you can collaborate with others to leverage the resources that you're creating. And ultimately, and most importantly, I'm going to teach you how to develop influence with the people you seek to serve. Now, why is education so important? It has been my experience that educated people don't experience fear and uncertainty. They are competent to address circumstances that they face, and therefore there's no reason to be fearful. They remove the guesswork out of what to do and how to do it and when to do it and how much to do it. And more important than anything, they reduce their learning curve by being part of programs like this. So if any of those things are important to you, reducing uncertainty and fear and anxiety, eliminating guesswork, and reducing your learning curve so that you can make more of what you're doing, then I'm going to invite you to become part of the Bold New Economy. I know in my heart that if you learn more, you will earn more. There's just no other way for you to get better at what you do and who you are than to be immersed in a program of instruction that keeps you on the cutting edge of what you need to know. That's what we've created here at the Bold New Economy. Now, we actually are preparing to launch this program officially towards the end of this month. But I'm inviting a select few people to have the opportunity to get in now before the official launch. So I want you to understand that very few people have seen this. Actually, right now, up till now, just a few of my closest clients have been introduced to this program. My clients that have worked with me in the past actually get this program included in their coaching fees with me. Some of them have paid tens of thousands of dollars to have me coach them on their marketing, and I'm actually creating this program and giving it to them as a way for them to continue to review the things that we covered in person with them. You have the ability to now be a fly on the wall with some of the things that I've shared with people that have paid tens of thousands of dollars to work one-to-one with me. Now, let me talk with you a little bit about Bold New Economy membership. It's really pretty simple. We're going to be charging a one-time fee of $697 when this program officially goes live at the end of the month. Then, after year one, you're going to pay $27 a month after that first year. So that means that you're paying $697 for year one, year two and beyond. If you want to stay in the program, it becomes month to month. You stay as long as you like. That's what's available when we officially launch the program. But for today's purposes, I wanted to do something special for you. So here's what we're going to do for you, for people who are willing to take action today. And I do mean today. And the reason I mean today is that tomorrow I will have taken the page down that you can register on to take advantage of this deal. It's just not going to be available. The truth is that I'm looking for some people who will get in early, do some beta testing, give some feedback, and get an opportunity for us to launch this community in a way that makes a greater value for people that come after you. Because you see, the more people we have in the program, and the more people that are using the service, the more people that are asking questions in the forum, the more valuable it becomes to everyone. So I'm willing to give a few people a special opportunity to be part of the program to kind of get the pump primed. So here's what we're going to do. Today's opportunity on the pre-launch pricing. You're going to pay $697 one time and not have to pay in year two and beyond. That means that you're getting a lifetime membership to this program that will now save you $324 a year, $27 a month after year two, after year one, that you don't have to pay. So you're basically paying $697 one time, set it and forget it. You won't have to pay anything more. You'll be a lifetime member of the program, plugging into the content perpetually on an unlimited basis forever. Now, I don't know how long you plan on being in business, but if you were just in business for the next couple of years, that would be a great value. For those of you that have a little more vision and plan on being around in business for, a few more years, it's pennies on the dollar. But I can tell you right now that the value of the information that we're going to be sharing in here is powerful enough that if you were only around for one day, I've taught workshops that we charge more than $697 just to have one day's worth of content, let alone a lifetime of content. So I want to encourage you to think about that as you decide whether this would be an appropriate time for you to make a very significant step forward in your marketing, in your business, and in what you're seeking, in the lifestyle that you're seeking to create for yourself. So with that in mind, here's what you have to do. If you're interested in becoming part of the Bold New Economy, I want to encourage you to go over to tipsonsuccess.com. tipsonsuccess.com. Right now, fill out the form, and what's going to happen is when you complete that form, you're going to receive an invoice by email today. You must honor that invoice before close of business today. I'm sorry, by close of business, I mean midnight. Before I take the page down and repurpose it for tomorrow and Wednesday, you must fill out and complete the invoice so that I know exactly how many people I'm committing to give this special deal. Because I can't afford to offer a lifetime membership to everyone. As you can imagine, that would be a little bit difficult on a program where I'm going to continue providing content perpetually. So with that in mind, tipsonsuccess.com is where you want to go. Now, if you have any questions before you make the decision, I'm available to take those questions. If you'll call the number on the screen, 800-306-6488, extension 1, you'll get to me directly, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So feel free to give a call if you have questions. Some of you, you may have some some creative financing circumstances where you might have to call me and you got to put it on multiple credit cards or something like that. I don't care how we do it as long as we get it done. I want you to be part of this program so that we can continue this conversation and so that I can have an opportunity to be of service to you. So I certainly hope that you will either go over to tipsonsuccess.com and get started or give me a call to explore how we can. So I want to thank you for taking the time today to listen to all this information that I've shared, and we got more coming. I mean, the thing that's really exciting about this entire concept is that this is just the beginning. There's a lot more powerful information coming, and as long as you stay tuned and pay attention to what's being shared, you're going to create new opportunities for yourself that are going to be truly worthy of who you can be in your business and in your life. This is about creating the lifestyle that you wish to live. So please take this seriously. All right, now it's time for me to depart from the stage and to bring back my dear friend Trevor. I'm sorry, Shay's coming up, Shay Brown, who is going to talk with you about some other
I'm your friend
things.
too.
Well, you're my friend, but you're not coming up to the stage to share from the stage today. Trevor's back there working on a mission from God right now. So we're all working together to make this happen. And for today's purposes, you're stuck with me and Che. So
Glenn, before you leave the stage,
sure.
Can you share with us maybe a time where you were fighting to kind of get to the top of your industry and you were fighting as a professional to really find your way? Because we know that there are many professionals out there right now, many entrepreneurs out there right now, and they're in the middle of their battle. They're in the middle of their struggle, and sometimes it's just good to hear from somebody who's actually burst on through, broke through that glass ceiling, made it through that brick wall, and gotten to the next level. If you could share with us a time when you were in the midst of your own struggle as an entrepreneur.
Well, I would say that I learned a long time ago that the best way to speed up was to slow down. And what I mean by that is that there was a period of time when I considered myself to be on what people sometimes call the so-called competitive plane. That's where I was focused on what my competition was doing. That's where I was more concerned about whether my pricing was competitive and stuff like that with what other people were charging. And what I found is that the more I invested in relationships with people, the less price sensitive they became about whether the value I offered was worth it. And the truth is that took a great deal of maturity, which is why it took a great deal of time for me to get to the point where I was mature enough to embrace that kind of philosophy. So early on in my career, I was very much self-taught on all these things. There was no college to go to learn about social media marketing. There is now. You can study all these things in college, but back when I first got started, the college was the internet. You were learning in real time by just paying attention. And there were some internet gurus that got together and started figuring these things out and seeing a vision for what the true potential in the internet was. And so I remember back in that day making the decision to invest in acquiring their knowledge instead of trying to repeat what they'd already come up with. There was a gentleman by the name of Corey Rudel who was probably the first real internet marketing expert. He wrote a course called Internet Marketing Insider Secrets. And I remember that it came in 2 volumes, and it came in a box. It got shipped to your house. There was no digital version of the product back then because the internet was so new back then that download speeds wouldn't have allowed you to download all that at the time. But what was important was that someone had taken the time to have depth of vision enough to pull together for others what was important for them to know at that point in time. Now, I happened to flip through that course about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's amazing how much things have changed since Corey Rudel first introduced that course back in the early 2000s. Frankly, almost nothing in there, maybe with the exception of email marketing, is still valid today based on the technology advances. So, but the point is, back then I made the investment. That course wasn't cheap, but it was worth it. And so I will say this to you, that if you want to achieve, you've got to be willing to invest in yourself. And that means making tough decisions, like, do I go to Starbucks today, or do I invest in something that's going to allow me to own a Starbucks if I choose to? Those are the choices that we sometimes have to make. The point I'm trying to make to you is that the big struggle for most of us as an entrepreneur is making accurate and deliberate decisions. And one of the most important decisions you can make is to invest in your business and to invest in yourself and to not worry about whether or not it's going to work. You've got to believe that if you follow the model of other people that are doing it, that it can work for you too. So Trevor, understanding the belief that's necessary to take the leap of faith, take the first step in faith. In fact, one of my favorite quotes comes from Dr. Martin Luther King, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step. Most of us as entrepreneurs, we want to wait until the entire path has been revealed to us before we're willing to take that first step. That never happens. You'll never know all there is to know. So if you're sitting there waiting for that to happen, that's why you're underachieving in your business. You see, taking the first step is what reveals the next step to take. And taking the step after that is what reveals the step that's next for you. If you're not willing to take those steps, if you're going to stay where it's safe until all the answers are known, that's why you're being left behind. So I want to simply encourage you to adopt an attitude of being willing to take the first step without waiting until all lights are green, all planets are perfectly aligned. Figure out how to get the courage to take that first step. I hope that this information that we've shared today has gotten you off to a good start to taking that first step. I'd like to continue the conversation with you so that we can step together. I have a saying that I'm very fond of, which is run with 100, but don't drag one. And what that means is I work with the people who are ready to go. I work with the willing. And I would invite you to become one of those people with whom I have the privilege to work. My name is Glenn Garnes, and I love what I do because I've chosen to do what I love. I hope that we'll have some more time together tomorrow, and I promise that I will come prepared to share with you again how you can improve quality of life for yourself by building your business in the right way. Shay, come on back up here now.
So as Shay is getting ready to head to the screen.
I'm ready, Glenn. I'm ready.
He's
Trevor,
ready to get the screen. Shay, go ahead and let's get everything set up. And let's get
the old screen set up. Okay.
Let's get ready to get changed.
Doe, you want to bring up the Village Connector logo?
Yep. And
Trevor and Shay. Trevor and I can keep chatting, but bring up the
and we'll go ahead and get the Village Connector logo
TV
up in the back screen.
Okay. Glenn, that was incredible.
Taking care of
while they're getting going. By the way,
incredible. I'm working in the back today.
I can run back now.
You can go back and play with your computer.
And so, Glenn, I thought you made a really interesting point, and it's something that is worth talking about, is that many times as entrepreneurs, we're thinking about what we're going to purchase next. We're thinking about what we have to purchase next, what we want to purchase next. But many of us, as we're making those decisions, we are leaving out another critical decision in the process. And I think that one of the things that we have to think about is not what we're going to buy next, but also what are we willing to sacrifice. And I really like the point that you made is I know that I need to invest in a CRM, but my question is, what are you willing to give up? Well, are you willing to give up maybe the Starbucks coffee to have that greater level of success? And I think that when your investments have a sacrifice on the backside, on the other end, I think it makes your investment that much more important, that much more powerful. And it's not always a financial sacrifice. Maybe it is I'm going to sacrifice watching television at 9 o'clock so that when I buy this course on, let's say, how to do social media marketing, what I'm going to do is before I purchase, I'm going to also acknowledge what my sacrifice is going to be. My sacrifice is I'm going to give up watching television at 9 o'clock p.m. and I'm going to devote that time to watching this training course or taking this training course. And not only am I going to use that time to watch this training course. Once I've watched it, I'm going to then use that same time to implement these things. And so, yes, there should be a sacrifice on the end of your investments.
Well, I'll tell you this, Trevor. I actually don't like to use the word sacrifice in the way that it has come to be understood by most people. And the reason is that most people have a hard time getting out of their comfort level with what they've become accustomed to. And they're not willing to make sacrifices because of what that word symbolizes to them. Sacrificing usually means giving something up. And I like to think of the word sacrifice for what their true definition is, which is making an offering of value. And what that means is that if watching television has become important to you, has become a value, what you're basically saying is, I'm willing to offer that up in exchange for what I will gain in the process. So we talk about sacrifices being an offering that ultimately allows us to gain more. You know, in ancient times, you know, people they made sacrifices to God, or to, you know, in certain cultures, certain types of gods, they were making an offering to gain more in God's favor. I like to think that when you make a sacrifice here, investing in your business, you're making an offering that's going to give you greater results in your business. So you're not really giving something up. You're repurposing something of value, giving up television, or something of value to have a greater ability down the road. Because the truth is, if you get these systems in place the way we're talking about, you could be sitting here watching all the television you want, because your system is doing the work for you. Right now, the reason you have to make the choice between watching TV and having a system is because you don't have it, or building your business is because you don't have a system. So I think if people change their attitude to be one of viewing sacrifice as being an offering to achieve more versus giving something up that's important to them, then they will have the right attitude about why it's important to make that sacrifice.
Love it, love it, love it, Glenn. As always, you're a wealth of knowledge, and this is just day one. You'll be coming back tomorrow with something special, and we're really looking forward to this information. And go on out and connect with Glenn. And by the way, as you are looking at the screen now, look above the video. You know that we have a virtual applause system. And here's what I want to know. What was your big takeaway? What was your big takeaway? And remember that your big takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. And so here's what we want you to do as part of the virtual applause system. Look above the video, and I want you to hit the like button. First, I just want everybody to just hit the like button. If you really appreciated Glenn Garnes today, hit the like button. Just hit the like button above the video. Then I want you to do something more powerful. I want you to add value. And what we want you to do is hit the share button above the video. Hit the Facebook share button above the video. And what I want you to do is share your one big takeaway. What's your one big takeaway? Was it the fact that he talked about outsourcing? Was it the fact that he talked about how to mentally position yourself? What was the one big takeaway? And people ask us all the time, why do you ask us about those takeaways, Trevor? Why do we ask you to share those things out? Well, we believe that the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. And we believe that one of the easiest ways to program the mind is through the things that you write, through the things that you type, because the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. And we want you to be able to program your mind with the positive and powerful information that you received today. And we want you to get into the habit, that's right, the habit of programming your mind. And we know that the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. Additionally, we know that true success always has an element of accountability. And so when you share these things, it lets people know what you're planning on doing, what you've learned. It lets them know what you believe. And you know what they'll hold you to? They'll hold you accountable. And then last but not least, we believe that the person who outgives their competition will out-earn their competition, and that the world is made a better place through giving. And so when you share your big takeaway, what you're doing is providing value to someone else who might not have been here to hear this information. So go ahead and do it right now. Hit the share button right above the video and share what was your #1 takeaway. Now, there are always those extra credit kids. Those extra credit kids, they hit the Twitter button, they hit the LinkedIn button, they hit all the buttons. And we love those people who do that. And let me give a few shout outs to some of the people who are out there right now in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. Let me give a shout out to John McClung, who's always out there, always in support. Let me give a shout out to Juanita Love, Juaniqua.
Juaniqua's in the house.
Juaniqua.
Oh, okay. Thanks so much for joining today.
Juaniqua Love with a Q, and she's out there. And Lakeisha Chambliss Williams, she's out there.
Okay. Hey, Lakeisha.
Monique E. Hunt, she's out there. And Jean McClung from New Mexico, and Andrea Smith.
Andrea Smith, Philadelphia, in the house.
And there's evangelist Pam Mitchell. She's out there. And so many of you are out there just sharing your information. And if you're out there right now, we want you to do something very special. We're going to take about less than 2 minutes to do this. We want to make sure that you are out there virtually networking, virtually connecting with people all over the world. So here's what we want you to do. I want you to go into the private, into the elusive, into the exclusive Facebook group. And I want you to post your first name. Post your last name. Tell us where you're from. But we're going to do something special, and it's called our social media flash mob.
Did you say social media flash? Are you going to do the flash mob, Trevor?
We're going to do it right now. We're going to do a 2-minute social media.
Oh, my goodness.
Flash mob.
I didn't know Trevor was going to do this. You guys, this is cool. I like doing this, Trevor. This is like one of my favorite parts, because we get to connect with so many people all over the country and their businesses.
Yeah, and Henry Irvin is out there, and Henry Irvin, he's ready for the social media flash mob with Eternity Realty Solutions. And here's what we want you to do. Post your first name. Post your last name. Tell us where you're from. Tell us a little bit about the product or service that you represent. But most importantly, post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Go ahead and do that right now in the private, in the elusive, in the exclusive Facebook group. You want to go ahead and do that right now. Now, as you're posting the link to your Facebook fan page or business page, mine is www.facebook.com/Trevor Otts.
Well, Trevor, you have to actually post it. You can't just say it. You got to post it.
I'm getting ready to give them some instructions.
You got to post these things.
Thank you for interrupting me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now, after you post, after you type the link, for example, mine is facebook.com/Trevor Otts. Be sure to hit the space button, the space bar after you type in the link. That will allow Facebook to go out and pull in a very pretty image to represent your Facebook business page. So you post your first name, your last name, you tell us where you're from, and then you post the link to your Facebook business page. But before you hit the post button, hit the space bar after you post the link. This is just some basic training. Anytime you post a link into Facebook, you want to always hit the space bar. That allows Facebook to go out to that link, to that site, and pulling an image related to the link that you put in, so that people will see you represented in the best possible light. And I'm going to post mine. I'm going to put Trevor Otts here. Okay. I'm going to put National Harbor, Maryland. Right. I'm going to put marketing specialist.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put www.facebook.com/Trevor Otts. And then I'm going to hit the what? Space bar. Okay. And what does that do? Allow Facebook to just go and pull in my link. And I'm going to hit the post button.
Okay.
Now I hit the post button. And if you'll see at the top of the page, you'll see it makes it very easy for people to like my Facebook page. It makes it very easy. See, it pulled in the image, and now people don't have to leave outside of the group to like my Facebook page. All they got to do is click the like button, and it automatically adds them to my network, and I get added to their network. And this is just virtual networking from the world's leading virtual CEO. Yeah. Just another tip. And Shay, some of the people are posting now. Just give them some shout outs. So this is our social media flash mob. Everybody has 1 minute to post your Facebook fan page or business page, and the goal is to not just try to get people to like your page, but the goal is to go out and like as many other pages as you can, to join as many networks as you can, to become a true virtual networker. Just consider it just like speed networking, where you're going out there and you're networking with people all around the world. So go ahead, post your first name, your last name. Tell us where you're from. Then add the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. And after you add the link, be sure to hit the space bar one time, and then click the post button.
And Trevor, I see they're following the instructions.
Yes, I see John McClung is following the instructions. And many of the people out there just following the instructions right now. And you're posting your Facebook fan page or business page. You're posting it now, and you're making sure to also like other people's pages. So right now, I'm going to like LaToya Cooper. I'm going to like LaToya Cooper. She's with Premium Remy. Premium Remy, and it's a health and beauty company. And I'm going ahead and liking hers. And I'm going to go ahead and like LaToya Cooper's, and I'm going to go ahead and I like Keisha Chamberlain, and I'm going to go ahead and like Joan, the corner woman, Wilson. I'm going to go ahead and like her page, and I'm going to go ahead and like John McClung, and I'm going to go ahead and like some of the pages that are out there. And what am I doing? I'm adding myself to their networks. And what are they doing? They're adding themselves to my network, and we are expanding the scale and the scope of our network. We are increasing our collaboration through the virtual resources that we have available to each one of us every day. And so with that being said, Shay, I think we got less than 30 seconds.
30 seconds and counting down. And I mean, I'm going to go like those pages too, Trevor. I was looking at my handy dandy, well, you can see what type of phone this is. You can see this is handy dandy iPhone here. Trevor doesn't have one of these. He's kind of jealous right now. But I can go right to it. I can see it, and I'm liking LaToya's page as well, out of Cary, North Carolina. And Keisha, liking her page as well. Make sure I get Joan, the corner woman. You see Joan, the corner woman, Trevor, is in the house. Barrett Matthews liking his page as well.
Barrett Matthews, he is the coach, the action coach. He is like, he's a get it done coach, and he's there. Wow, he just released this book.
Doris Birch put hers in there. I'm liking hers as well. Shout out to Doris
from Chicago, out of the Fab Factory.
The fabulous Doris Birch. Henry Irving, he's on here as well, following the instructions. Henry, liking yours as well.
Yep. Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. Kimberly Shamel. She's out there. And by the way, Kimberly followed my page. Hey, Kimberly, I want to give a shout out to Kimberly. She liked my page. I'm just going to give a shout out to her.
Thank goodness. Trevor needed that. Thank goodness. Thank you for doing that. Please, thank you.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous.
I'm jealous now. See, I got to figure out how to post and do this at the same time. You know how hard that is, Trevor?
And what we're doing, folks, is these things have to be habitual, have to be habit forming. That you got to start learning some new skill sets in this new economy. And one of those skill sets is you have to learn how to master virtual networking. Daryl Mack is out there.
Monique Hunt is out there from Benicia, California. Dr. Monique E.
I think it's
Hunt.
Benicia. Is it Benicia?
Benicia. Right. That's a B. Okay. Benicia, California. Business Intuitive. Okay, thanks for joining. Stevie's in the house, Trevor. See, Stevie's in the house. Did you like her page, Trevor?
I'm going to go like her page. See, Shay, you didn't follow the instructions. See, Shay, yours, it didn't bring in a pretty image or anything because you didn't hit the space bar, Shay.
No, mine on my phone is showing a nice, pretty image.
Oh, well, on our Shay, we see no nice, pretty image. We just see Shay Brown, sales trainer, development coach. And then there's Michelle. There's Michelle Roberts, who just liked my page, Shay. Michelle Roberts, she went out there and she liked my page, Shay, and we're friends now. In case you didn't know, me and Michelle Roberts are now friends. And
thank goodness, he needed it. Thank you so much.
Dr. Monique E. Hunt, Shay. That's a doctor. She paid a price, Shay, so we got to acknowledge that. There's a Dr. Hunt is in the house, and she's from Benicia, California. She's a business intuitive blending ancient wisdom. She's a business intuitive. She's blending ancient wisdom with today's leadership and business strategies.
Okay. I see we have Sherry Diamond in the house, and Vernice Conde's in the house, and we're going to like their page too.
And client attraction. Welcome, Dr. Hunt. Welcome, Dr. Hunt. I like that. Business intuitive. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Stevie Mills.
I think it's the first time, and also Sharon Foster Roberts.
Revenue Solutions with the It Factor. Okay, I like that.
And Sharon Foster Roberts, who's just joining for the very first time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And for those that are out there like, okay, how do I get there? As Trevor said, you can look right below the video. You can hit click here. You can join to the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group, or you can just type in virtual networking, you like that? Virtual networking live, because it's live, and you will be taken right over to the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. And as Trevor indicated just a few moments ago, you can put your name, tell us where you're from, a little bit about what you do, and then post your Facebook page. Just put it in there right now so others can connect with you.
Remember, when you post your Facebook link, hit the space bar.
I did it that time. Did it come up?
Well, there's some other people that didn't do it, and theirs doesn't look as pretty, and they're not getting as many likes, and we want to help them out too. After you put your link in, hit the space bar one time. What that does is send a command to Facebook to go out to your page and grab some of those pretty images that are on your Facebook fan page.
Oh, okay. So I see like pretty images like Michelle Roberts, whose image looks very nice, just
and
like
I'm going to hit the like page.
And Pat Williams from Fontana, California. That looks good too.
And Shay, before we get started, by the way, if this is your first time, come on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com, virtualnetworkinglive.com, post your first name, post your last name, tell us where you're from, and then post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. And hit the space bar after you put the link in. After you put like www.facebook.com/TrevorOtts, right? Then I'm going to hit the space bar. And after I hit the space bar, I'm then going to hit post. That allows Facebook to pull in the image. Now, Shay, what we also want to do is, as you know, with every episode of Lunch and Learn, we like to feature a few business owners or authors who want to highlight their business. On the right-hand side, you will see where it says advertise your business. If you'd like to advertise your business for the remainder of the Hangout, if you want one of those 2 coveted slots, you see on there are 2 coveted slots. If you want one of those slots right now, go ahead and click the link right now. And if you don't see where it says advertise my business right next to the video, just refresh your screen. Just hit the refresh button. Matter of fact, everybody just hit the refresh button right now. Just hit the refresh button so we make sure you're seeing the latest of everything. And if you hit the refresh button, then you'll see right there where it says you can advertise your business. And we want to take this opportunity to allow somebody out there to advertise their business, advertise their opportunity. Maybe you just want to advertise that you're looking for more speaking engagement. There's Michelle Roberts out there, and she's an author, speaker, an entrepreneur, and a challenge conqueror. And maybe she wants to highlight her business today. And you know, then there's Pat Williams, who deals in buying gold, and that's the first time we've seen anybody in the group that deals in gold and gold commodities, and she's out there. And then there is Sherry Diamond, and she's with Hairlocity, and maybe she wants to advertise her business. And there's also France Condé. He's a rock star, Shay. He's one of our #1 supporters. I mean, he's got to be up there in as far as #1 supporters. He's out there. Maybe he wants to advertise Condé and Associates, and just click on the link and his face. I just like this page. And then Dr. Monique Hunt, and she's a business intuitive. Maybe she wants to advertise her business. And there's Anika Harris, with an independent skincare and color specialist, or Stevie Mills, and she's a public figure, and she's also a speaker. And maybe you want to advertise and market your business today.
Absolutely.
If you want to do that,
and welcome Ebony S. Spite, if I pronounced it correctly, S-P-E-I-G-H-T. Just joined the group for the very first time. Tell us where you're from. Tell us what you do. And also Sheila Ashley. Welcome to the group for the very, very first time. I'm not sitting here texting everyone. I'm here on the Facebook private group, as you can see right here. I decided not to carry that big laptop around that Trevor carries around. You know, I've decided to one-up him. So I said I'm going to use a cell phone. I'm going to find a way to operate directly from my cell phone. I'm learning from Trevor how to be a virtual CEO, by the way.
Ebony Spate, Shay, she put her page up. She's from Yvonne's Heart Incorporated. She's helping women to meet their financial goals at every stage of life. And I'm going to just go out there and like her page. I'm going to go out there and like her page.
I like her.
By the way, Anika Harris, you posted the link to your Facebook business page, but you didn't hit the space bar. So I want you to repost it, and I want you to follow these instructions. Anika, you want to give us your first name. You want to give us your last name. Then you want to tell us where you're from. This is important. People got to know who they're connecting with and where they're connecting to. So you got to tell us where you're from. Then you want to post the link to your Facebook business page. But do this right afterwards. After you put the link in for your Facebook business page, hit the space bar. Hit the space bar. That way a pretty image comes in and shows your business page. And then last but not least, hit the post button. So you did post the link, but you didn't tell us where you're from. And we want you to do that, and we want you to hit the space bar so it makes it easy for people to follow your page. And what I'm going to do is, Anika, I'm going to post yours just to give you an example of how that should look, okay? So, Anika, if you see at the top of the screen, I reposted yours. And if you look right now, I just posted yours, and you'll see how it looked when I posted your image. And that's how you wanted to look. I hit the space bar right afterwards, and you'll see that's how it looked. And I'm sure that I'm sure your page is phenomenal, and we want you to get lots of likes. We want you to get lots of likes. Sherry Diamond, same for you. You want to make sure that you hit the space bar after your link. That way that it can be easy for people to like your pages, and going out there and like some other people's pages, Sherry. We know that you are a veteran. You're a veteran of these events, and so we want you to go ahead and do it. And what I'm going to do, Sherry, is I'm going to post yours, and I'm going to hit the space bar just so you can get an image of an idea of what it's supposed to look like. And Henry Irvin, I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to find your link, and I'm going to post yours, but you got to hit the space bar right afterwards.
And Trevor, as you're doing that, let me just share something real quick. We're going to start. You can see the slides in the background in just a moment or two on how to earn a 7-figure income using Google Hangouts. We're going to walk you step by step how to do it. You'll be able to leave here and be able to do it immediately. But Trevor, there might be some folks out there, maybe I'll take a moment and share this, that may have an interest, Trevor, in getting their message out. Perhaps they have a message that you want to share with the world. There's a message inside of you. Maybe it's an area of personal development. Maybe it's an area of professional growth. Maybe it's words or a message of encouragement or inspiration or just expertise that you have that you want to share. Okay. And Trevor, something really special coming up. Really special coming up.
Let's shout out Sharon Foster. She has a re-entry program for women, and I really admire what you do, Sharon Foster. Sharon Foster Roberts. Let's get it right. Sharon Foster Roberts.
Hey, Sharon Foster Roberts.
You did post your first name. You posted your last name. You didn't tell us where you're from, so people don't know where they're connecting to you at. And then when you posted your link to your Facebook fan page or business page, you want to hit the space bar after you post your link. That way, it makes it easy for people to like your page. So I'm gonna go ahead and post your link, and I'm gonna hit the space bar, and I want you to look at how it looks when I post your link. This is just virtual networking, and virtual networking is not always about what you can get out of it, but it's what Shay just said. So for those people who've already posted their link, we want you to post something encouraging for the group. So just post something encouraging for the group. Maybe it's a quote. Maybe it's an inspirational idea or moment. Maybe it's to just, hey, you are amazing. Or as Doris Birch would say, you are what?
Fabulous. Fabulous, right? Absolutely.
So go ahead and post something that raises the spirit of another human being. That's what networking is all about. It's not about what we can do for ourselves, but it's about giving value to others. And we've reposted Kentrade Care Organization. And so many of people going out there and like Sharon Foster Roberts information. And Sharon wants you to repost that. We want you to get in the habit of doing things the great way. And we know that you're capable of doing that. And Hairlocity, we've reposted your page. And Ebony Spate, we've reposted yours. And everybody's just doing an amazing job out there, and just looking forward to it. I love Mary Kay, Shay. You see, Anika Harris, she says, I love Mary Kay. She's a Mary Kay rep, Shay, in case you didn't know that.
Oh, that is fabulous. And as Trevor was talking about, just saying a few moments ago, as you're posting a message, you might want to listen very closely over the next 2 or 3 minutes. Hey, Shay,
we just got a special message in from Tara, Madam Money Jackson, and she is she's gonna be in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. And she says, hey, family, I'm gonna be in town, and she's gonna connect with us. Now, maybe we might even be able to get her on the Hangout, but she is in town, Shay.
Oh, that's fast. I can't wait to, if you're in town, obviously look us up. We can't wait to connect with you. But here's what I want you to do, just for the next 2 or 3 minutes. I want you to kind of listen very, very closely. Kind of tune in, just kind of tune in. Matter of fact, make sure you have your phone handy near you. Make sure you have your phone handy. But right now, if you are a speaker, if you are a coach, business coach, life coach, or any type of coach right now, if you are a trainer, if you are an author, or maybe you're a network marketer, or maybe you're someone who has a message inside of you and you want to share that message with the world, you want to take your expertise and share it with someone else. And you're like, Shay, I've been looking for a platform. Trevor, I wish there was a way that I could reach 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 plus folks at one time. Is there a way to make that happen? Is there a way in 2014 for me to be on a stage or be able to broadcast and reach more people on one day than maybe I did all of 2013, possibly all of 2014, and potentially all of 2015? Is there a way for that to happen? And the answer to that question is absolutely yes, there's a way. There's something very, very special happening on September the 13th. It's called, what's it called again, Trevor? Four Divas. Four Divas. Oh, okay. So it's like Four Divas and then F-O-R, Four Divas. So Four Divas World Conference is taking place on September 13th, 2014. Now here's the good news. There's a few open slots right now, just a handful. And the whole purpose of the conference, the message, the intent, is to put together a world stage in the area of personal development and professional growth. And really they're looking for like 3 women. So imagine this. There's one diva speaking on an area of expertise. It could be finance. It could be how to grow your business. It could be motivation. It could be health. It could be relationships. It could be any number of topics. And then there's 3 other divas with them sharing that very unique message. And we're talking about the baddest, the brightest, the most intelligent, the smartest women that exist on the planet are going to be part of this. And maybe you're hearing this for the first time. And you're thinking, that's something I have interest in, Shay. I have a message, Trevor. I know how to help people solve problems. I'm ready to be on that type of stage. I'm ready to build my virtual platform. Tell me about it. But I'm going to take just 2 minutes, and I'm going to give you a phone number. And here's what I'd like for you to do. I'd like for you to text this number. You're going to text a number.
And I'm going to put it into the feed right now.
And you're going to text a very special word. And Trevor's put that up there right now. And as you're listening to the sound of my voice, if you're not in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, then grab your cell phone right now. And once you text the word amazing woman, it's going to be just one word. I know it sounds like 2, but it's one word, amazing women. That's with an E, amazing women. Once you text this word, then you're going to get all of the details. And you too will have an opportunity to get the information so you can participate.
Amazing women.
Women.
Amazing women.
With an E. Women. Women. So let me give you the phone number. Grab your cell phone. Grab your cell phone right now. Now, maybe you're like, I don't know if I want to do this, but you know of a trainer, you know of a coach, you know of a motivational speaker, you know of an author, you know of someone who's ready to be on the stage, you know of someone that's just ready to share their message and help someone else. Here's what you do. Text to this number. Go and get your cell phone. Just get it out. Like if I had my cell phone number, get it out. Don't write it down. Get it out. And then here's what I want you to do. Type in this number, 240. So you're going to text like just do it. Just for fun. Just see what happens. Go to 240-428-6333. Again, 240-428-6333. Now, what do you text? It's all one word. Now, be careful. If you have an iPhone like mine, it always tries to check it and get it right for me. So I always got to make sure it's together. But text in amazing women. Amazing. That's A-M-A-Z-I-N-G. Women. So that's W-O-M-E-N. W-O-M-E-N. So let's go to 240-428-6333. Text the word amazing women. Now, once you text that word amazing women, you're going to get all of the details. The link will be sent directly to you, and just follow the instructions. And if it's for you and you want to proceed forward and get more information, you have everything right there in front of you. If not, please pay it forward. Now, I'm going to ask you to do this. Pay it forward. What did I ask you to do? I asked you to pay it forward. Why? Because someone else could benefit from it. Now, you might be saying, okay, Shay, sounds great. It's a wonderful opportunity. I promise you, it's a good use of your time. I'm going to tell you one more time, and then I know Trevor and the rest of the gang are putting it into the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group, but you can Text the word amazing women, but you got to text it to us a very special number. It's 240. What is it again? That's right, you heard me. 240. I'm not even writing, but I'm pretending like it. 428-6333. You're texting 240-428-6333. And then you're going to text one complete word all together. Amazing, AMAZING, women, WOMEN. And just text that word in and get all the details. And for those that this is the right opportunity, we'll see you on the other side. And for those that shared forward, thank you, thank you, thank you. For those that sat back and said, I don't speak, Shay, it's not what I do. No problem. You're going to still benefit because in a moment, we're going to talk about how to earn a 7-figure income using Google Hangouts. Now, think about the power of that. We didn't have this conversation 12 months ago. Some of you were not in this conversation 9 months ago. Heck, some of you were not in this conversation 6 months ago. But you're going to be in the conversation today and over the next little bit of time that we have. We don't have a whole lot of time together, but the time that we have together, you're going to at least understand how you can do it. That's right, you, from the comforts of your home. Yes, you from your home office. Yes, you who has internet connection. Yes, you who knows how to use a PC or a laptop or even has an iPhone or Android or just a smartphone, you can do this. And I promise you, if others have done it, you can do it. You see, there's really 3 ways to be successful. There's 3 ways. Way number 1 is you got to imagine what's possible, and that's what you're going to be doing. You imagine right now a 7-figure income. Just imagine that for just a moment. Seriously. Whew. It's hard to imagine. It is hard. It's hard for me. I know it's got to be hard for you. Maybe it's not hard for you. It was hard for me. I'm telling you, it was hard.
And Shay, I want to acknowledge a few people. Michelle Roberts, she wasn't selfish. Mm-hmm. What she did was she took the image and she just hit the share button. She took the 4 Divas for Divas image and she didn't just keep it to herself. She shared it out. And I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that she did that. And some people are really out there paying it forward. And I want to encourage, we're going to do something special today. Mm-hmm. First of all, I'm going to ask that everybody, I'm going to pin the 4 Divas for Divas image to the top. And we're going to do something. We've never done this before, ever. So we're going to do this for the first time ever. One, we want everybody to take that image and just hit the share button. Just hit the like button and hit the share button. Just go ahead, feel free to just share it. And it's okay. Just go ahead and hit the share button. We want everybody to go ahead and share that image out. Just hit the share button. Mm-hmm. Just you'll look below the image, you'll see the share button, hit the like button, hit the share button. But then I want to do something for you. But first, locate the 4 Divas for Divas image. You'll see it at the top. And we just want you to hit the share button. Just go ahead and hit the share button right below the video. Hit the share button. Go ahead and do that now. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and do that now. Go ahead and hit the share button. Because it's all about paying it forward. But then I want to do something. I believe that the world is made a better place through giving. I believe that the person who outgives their competition out-earns their competition. I believe that we are now in a new economy, the giver's economy. And I believe that in your business or your profession, you have to have a strategy around giving. So here's what I want you to do. If you have an event coming up, like Madam Tara, Miss Madam Money Jackson, she has an event coming up. If you have an event coming up, you have a product or service that you offer, I want you to now post it in the private, the elusive, and the exclusive Facebook group. If you have a product or a service that you are offering, I want you to now post it into the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. I want you to do it now. Do it right now, as in right now. Post your product, post your service, whatever it is that you are offering. Maybe it's an event. Go ahead and post it into the group right now. Go ahead and post it right now. But I'm going to show you today, I'm going to demonstrate to you the power of collaboration, the power of collective influence, the power of working together, because working together works. After you post your image, I want you to find somebody else's image in the group and hit the share button. I want you to, so maybe it's Sherry Diamond's Hairlocity. Maybe you see hers. Maybe you share that. Maybe it's John McClung in his I Am a Testimony t-shirts. Maybe you share that out. And maybe it's Tara, Miss Madam Money Jackson. Maybe it's her event that she is coming up for women over the age of 20 building wealth. Maybe it's Karonda Fleming's Profitable Passions brand. Maybe it's Doris Birch, her Fab Factor webinar event that she has coming up. Maybe it's Ebony Spates event. Maybe it's Pat Williams event. Maybe it's the 4 Divas for Divas event. Whatever it is, go ahead and find somebody else's image and share it out. Now, here's what we do. You're posting your image. You're posting an image about your product or your service. You're posting your information about an event that you may have coming up, or a product or service that you offer. And you're posting that into the group so that somebody else in the group can go back and share out to their network something about your product or service. So go ahead and do it right now. Go ahead and do it right now, Shay. And what do you see out there, Shay? This is just a pay it forward moment. This is just one of those rare pay it forward moments. Pay it forward. I
want to say I appreciate everyone who is paying it forward, everyone who shared the link, and as Trevor said, everyone who's taking the information like Sherry Diamond and many others and paying it forward. I see Velton Childs is in the house.
And let's welcome Diane O'Connor to the group.
She's Diane O'Connor, welcome to the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. And for those that haven't, come on over and join.
Shay, you know what? Did you check out Michelle Roberts? I mean, she's been participating at every level. I said post something inspirational. She posts something inspirational. I say post something about that you're offering, and she posts her affirmations for success. Shay, she is born to be in 4 Divas for Divas. Michelle, you make sure that you text in the word amazing women to 240-428-6333, because I believe that you are what we are looking for in the 4 Divas for Divas Worldwide Conference. By the way, if you see she's offering a book, and there is Vince, the Beast Singletary. He's inviting you to his Activate Kids moment. You know, Vince the Beast, he's like an exercise guru, Shay. He's like the exercise guru, all exercise guru. He's like muscles in his fingers, Shay. And I mean, he's out there and he's representing, and you know, Keisha Chamberlain's her business boot camp. Now, once you post your event, the rule is you have to go out and share somebody else's event. So all you gotta do is just share somebody else's event. Just share it out. All right, so Shay, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks a lot, Trevor, for turning it over to me. And you know, Trevor, we're gonna be doing this together. I mean, the interaction and being able to connect with all of you in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group is always a pleasure. And thank you so much for participating, those that can, and thank all of you who wanted to participate. You're like, Shay, I want to, but I just can't right now. We understand. Thank you all for paying it forward. Thank you for taking the share button above and just hitting the share button and sharing this out to other folks. Here's what I want you to know. It's money time. Matter of fact, right now in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, put a hashtag money time. Just it's not about the money, but it is money time. We're getting ready to talk about how to earn a 7-figure income. So put hashtag money time. Hashtag money time. Because now is the time right now for you to step your business up to an entirely different level, or to tweak it just slightly and to do something called optimization. And optimization is when you take what you're currently doing, so you keep doing what you're doing, but you do it a little bit better. And that's what we're going to do right now. So Trevor, I believe we're ready to get started. Are you ready, Trevor? Mic check,
I'm ready.
I'm
ready. And Shay, we got an update from Michelle Roberts. She's already a 4 Diva. I just knew she had that divaristic kind of personality. I could just tell she was a 4 Diva for the divas.
4 Divas. And if you didn't get a chance to text the number, you want to text 240-428-6333. Why? To get all the details. Why? Because you have a message inside you. Why? Because you know of someone else who could benefit. 240-428-6333. Text the word amazing women. That's plural, W-O-M-E-N, all one word. Sounds like 2, but it's all one word. Amazing women together. Okay, let's bring this full screen. We're ready to get started. They'll give us a full screen shot of that up there. And Trevor, it's that time to really talk about a very, very important topic, which is how to earn a 7-figure income. Are you ready, Trevor? Mic check, mic check.
Mic check, mic check. And
all right.
Everybody, if you can hear Shay Brown, just put hashtag money time. Just put hashtag money time. Just go ahead and hit the share button above the video. I want everybody right now. When is now good time to get started? Right now. Hit the share button above the video. And when you hit the share button above the video, the Facebook share button above the video, I just want you to type hashtag money time. Hit the share button above the video right now and put hashtag money time. Hashtag money time.
All right, it's money time. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome, welcome, welcome to a very, very special presentation today. And our topic today is how to earn a 7-figure income with Google Hangout with Shay Brown and Trevor Otts. Mic check, Trevor Otts. Are you there with us, Trevor Otts?
Mic check, mic check.
He's here. He is ready. He's packing the control
center. I'm working the board. And
he's making things happen, but he is here. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me first say what? Trevor, you're supposed to count with me, by the way. You're supposed to count with me. You're supposed to do like the 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No, it's like 1, 2, 3, and then we get started.
Microphone check, 1, 2,
No,
1, 2.
Okay, it's 4 words. Okay, I'm gonna try this. We're gonna try to do this. He's right. Okay, let's try. So 1, 2, 3. It's a great day. That's right. Woo. It's a great day. We're ready to get started. No matter what time it is, no matter where you are, no matter what's going on in your life, be present. I like what Jim Rohn says. Wherever you are, be present. You be there. So right now, just be present with us as we share with you how to earn a 7-figure income with Google Hangout. And here's what I want you to know. First, I want you to know that you are a winner. You're a person of action. You're here. You showed up, and you're ready to take your business to another level. So I just want to acknowledge you for just being here today. I just want to acknowledge you for taking time and for having the faith that we're going to deliver content and value that's going to make a huge difference for you today. And I also want you to know that you are what? You're a champion. That's right. Go ahead. Just type that into the private, into the elusive, exclusive group. Just put hashtag I am a champion. We're gonna make that singular. We're gonna make that directly to you right now. It's gonna be singular. Hashtag I am a champion, because you're a champion. Only winners are here today. Only champions are here today. Only those that are ready to raise their game. Only those that are ready to go to another level. And only those that are serious and motivated. So you're a champion. No matter what's going on in your life, no matter what's happening in your business life, no matter what you're going through right now, you're still a champion. You can still help other people. And here's what I want you to know. The next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. And you might not have showed up today saying, Shay, the next 12 months are going to be my best 12 months ever. That might not have been your intent. But jot this down in your notes. You get what you focus on. You get what you focus on. And here's what I want you to know. With the content that we're going to share, the examples we're going to walk you through, the step-by-step strategies that we've implemented in our business and our clients have implemented, and we trained, I don't know how many now, at least tens of thousands of folks on how to do this with the power of these fiber optic lines that they can have for you. So the next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. And here's what I want you to know. I believe in you. And even if you don't believe it's possible, even if right now you're saying, Shay, you don't get it. I'm not a techie. Shay, this automation is new to me. Shay, I'm not sure. It's easy for Trevor. It's easy for other folks, but it's not easy for me. I want you to know this. Just listen very closely. Just you and I. Let's just you and I connect for just a moment. Just you and I. I want you to know this. That Shay Brown holds the belief for you. I'm going to hold the belief for you that the next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. Because sometimes we need people to believe in us before we believe in ourselves. So I'm going to hold the belief for you. Trevor Otts is going to hold the belief for you that the next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. You're going to be really glad you showed up. You're going to be really glad that you're here. You know, I always like to share that there are really 3 fundamental ways to really increase your sales results or increase your results in your business. There's only 3 fundamental ways. If you watch Trevor and I, any of these type of broadcasts, if you watch any of the videos, if you've seen the webinars, if you listen to any of the audios, you know these 3 ways. But even if you're hearing it for the 2nd time or the 3rd time, then I want you to listen with new what? ears. That's right. That's right. And I want you to watch with new eyes over the next 2 to 3 minutes. And if you're hearing it for the first time, grab paper, grab a piece of paper, grab a pen, jot this down in your notes. Matter of fact, put this into the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group. But there are 3 fundamental ways to increase your sales results. It's right up on the screen. We call it the inner game, the outer game, and what's the last one? Action. Just jot that down in your notes. The inner game, the outer game, and action. And let me just give you a 1-sentence definition just so you have it for your notes, The inner game is the mental side of success. So it's your belief systems, it's your comfort zone, it's how you deal with the fear of rejection, it's truly your mindset. And there's a whole mindset around using Google Hangout. There's a whole belief system around if I can do it or if I cannot do it. There's a whole mindset shift moving towards a virtual platform, being able to communicate with your prospects, being able to communicate with your clients, being able to communicate with your customers, having a virtual platform for some of you, it's a whole mindset shift. You're like, Shay, this is not how my mentors told me to do it. And you know what? I believe you. You know why I believe you? Because it didn't exist. They couldn't do this. They could not teach it to you because it didn't exist. But it does exist today, and you can do this. Remember, I believe in you. You can do it. So I'm going to ask you, as we go through this and we walk through it and we share with you, that you at least have an open mind. And I want you to tell yourself this: I can do this. I just want you to tell you that I can do this, because you can do this. And it will save you time. It will save you energy. It will make you more money. It will be with less effort. And at the end of the day, you're going to help more people. That's a mindset. That's a belief system that I want you to have right now, because this is the right time. And we've heard this old message before. We've heard it all before. There's nothing more powerful than a good idea whose time has come. And today could be your day. I'm believing today is your day. So just have that mindset. Just be open as we have this conversation. It's going to be a short conversation, but yet a very powerful conversation. It's going to be a conversation that could shift your mindset. You've heard this before. We become what we think about. Today I want you to think about that you are a technology master, that you operate from a virtual platform, and that you can do this. We become what we think about. So true. Okay, the second fundamental way to really increase your sales results is the outer game. Now, the outer game it's really the tactical side, let's say, of selling. So it's your time management, it's your goal setting, it's your database, it's the words you're using every single day. It's your sales scripts. And as it relates to having a 7-figure income with Google Hangout, it's all the technical things you're going to need. We're going to walk you through that. I'm going to tell you, Trevor's a genius. Don't tell him I told you that, by the way. He's probably listening back there in the back and said, oh, he's finally acknowledged it. He's a genius. And with his help today, we're going to share with you exactly what you need, step by step, to have a successful hangout and to be able to earn money. So imagine this. Imagine this for a moment. Just think of the power of this. I think of a Mighty Mouse. I think of Shazam. I think of all the cartoon characters. We're going to bring sales, which is really how you fuel your purpose, even if you don't like sales. It's how you fuel your passion. It's how you fuel everything you need to do. It's how you live your dreams. There's some type of money that is needed for most of it. Not all of it, but for most of it. So you bring in sales in your business. Of course, I believe the number one reason most companies go out of business is lack of sales. So I'm a little biased, by the way. I see everything through a sales lens. I'm biased. But you bring sales, and then you bring technology. And you got the technology genius that's here today, the marketing guru that's in the house today. And you put them both together. It's like Shazam. Hey, they should get me a slide that says Shazam. It's like, poosh, you have this power. You've got the rocket fuel to really blast off. You've got high octane gas. You've got a Ferrari, and that sucker it's ready. A song once said, you got the power. That's what we're going to do. See, that's the outer game. So yeah, you'll know what camera to use. I get that. Matter of fact, we're going to show that to you. Trevor, we're going to just reveal it. We're going to pull back the big black curtain today. We're going to reach into here and just give you everything that we've done and we share with our clients who are able to monetize it. And we're going to show you that. We'll talk about the microphones that you need. We'll talk about how you can go in there and set up yourself. We'll break it down step by step that you can do this. We're going to do that for you. And then we're going to also combine the other piece, which is the sales piece. Shay, there's a science to this. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about an area that most of you have never been in a conversation, unless you've been in it with me, which is what? Neuro-linguistic sales. Think about that in all your training. If you ever sat in a neuro-linguistic sales training, if you have, congratulations. It's only 5 of us that are master practitioners of this on the planet. I'm one of the top 2, and I'm excited to be here today. I'm excited that I can share with you some strategies you can do to monetize this, and you can sell without being salesy. See, that's an outer game. Sell without being salesy, and we'll walk you through that using the camera, the Google Hangout. I can't wait to share with you. See, that's the outer game. It's all those tactical things you've got to do. I can't wait to do that and reveal that to you. And then the third fundamental way to increase your sales results, you got the inner game. That's your mindset. That's your belief system. That's your comfort zone. You have the outer game. That's the tactical side. That's your time management. It's your goal setting. It's the camera. It's the systems. It's your database. It's your structure. Oh, that's so important. And then you have the third one, and that's action. Now, action is just moving yourself to follow through and do all those things that you know you need to do in your business. You see, it's one thing to intellectually know how to do something. It's another thing to actually do it. So while we're going to take this curtain, you see this curtain right here, right? We're going to pull it back and reach, unlock, click, and release all the secrets. You've now got to go and you've got to take some type of action. You've got to do something about it. This is not a conversation today about being intellectually stimulated. This is a conversation about taking action. Matter of fact, in the private and elusive exclusive Facebook group, do me a favor, just type these 2 words. Just type these words, hashtag take action. Just put that in your notes. Hashtag take action. What did I say? Now, every one of you are not going to do it, but you can. I mean, I'm going to go back and I'm going to read every single one of the posts today. That's my commitment to you. And I'm going to look for that. And by you putting that in there, what that signifies is something between you and I. I mean, as your sales coach today and this conversation between you and I, that's my signal that you're going to take action on what you hear today. Now, this is a quick story to motivate and inspire you about taking action. I was up in Chicago, Illinois doing training for a company called Share the Wealth. They're a financial planning company. They gave me 30 minutes to speak on the platform, and I was fired up. I mean, I was ready to go. Just like today. I'm really ready to go. Trevor's ready to go. And then right before I was to speak, Peter, he came over to me and said, Shay, you only have 5 minutes. I'm like, 5 minutes? Whoa, seriously, dude. Like, what can I say in 5 minutes? Like, really? So I had to dig down. And I had to think, just like today, in the limited amount of time I have, I wish we had more time, but just in the time I have, what could I do that could impact someone's life? And it wasn't about me, it was about what would make a difference. You know what? I shared 4 words. Now, you want to jot these 4 words down in your notes. I shared these 4 words. It made a difference for Peter and his team. He made an extra $17,000 over 45 days, and it could make a difference for you. Go ahead and jot these 4 words down in your notes. It could serve you well the rest of your life. And here it is. Separate feeling from action. That's right. Separate feeling from action. That going forward, you don't have to feel like doing anything, but you take the right actions. You focus on the activities of a superstar, and you will get the results of a superstar. You see, results take as long as results take. And sometimes we get paid today. Sometimes we get paid tomorrow. But when we take the right actions, here's what I want you to know. You always get the right results. Why is that? Well, it's a well-known principle. The universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. So I'm going to encourage you today to take action on what you hear. Get ready. Get your paper. Get your pencil. Participate. Let's get ready. Let's go out there. Let's change the world by using another system, and then we can also monetize and make money. So what is a Google Hangout? Let's put this on the screen so they can see this. And, you know, let me share a couple of things about it. And Trevor may chime in on why it's important to have group interaction, but let me just give you a couple of things. One, it's free. If it's free, it's for what? It's for me. So Google Hangouts is free. It's accessible on your laptop, on your desktop, on your smartphone, and you can also use what? Document sharing. You can sync across devices. We're going to talk about that, and it also allows you to make a number of calls. And if you're using Google Hangouts, great. If this is your first time hearing about it, there's one piece that's very near and dear. It's very near and dear to Trevor. It's near to us as well. And that's utilizing group interaction. I'm going to ask Trevor just to take a minute or two and just kind of maybe share why group interaction is important on a Google Hangout. Mic check, Trevor. I know you're back there working the command center and so forth, but just real briefly, why is Google Hangout or Google Interaction so important? Why is it important to have interaction on your Hangout? Would you like to share?
Well, you want to remember that as you are doing Google Hangouts, and for those people, when I say Google Hangouts, what we're really talking about is, for lack of a better word, sort of like your own virtual mastermind. It's sort of like your own group where there's back and forth interaction, and you got to be able to put your finger on the pulse of the audience. And the only way that you're going to be able to put your finger on the pulse of the audience is to be paying attention to what are their concerns, what are their questions. There may be an area. Remember, in a Google Hangout, you cannot see the audience, but the audience can see you. Write that down. You cannot see the audience, but the audience can see you. And because of that, you are operating with a bit of a blind spot. And this is very important for speakers, because many speakers, when they get in front of cameras, or especially on Google Hangouts, they start to flail, they start to flounder, and what's happening is they have a hard time gauging, are they getting a response from the audience? And when you're speaking to an audience live and they're in person, you can see their faces, you can hear their laughter, you can see what's resonating with them. But on a Google Hangout, you have to depend on your group interactions to see what's landing, what's working, what do you need to drill down on. You can see the questions, so you have to encourage them to interact. Also, you want to think of it in this way. It's just because they're at home watching and another person is at home watching, there's no reason why they can't interact with each other. And we forget about this. And we forget that when people go to conferences, they meet other people. When they go to events, they meet other people. So when they come to your event, which is a virtual hangout, why shouldn't they be able to meet other people? And so you need to encourage group interaction. Why do we do the social media flash mobs in our Google Hangouts? Because it encourages group interaction. Why do we encourage you to give us your first name, your last name, tell us where you're from, and a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, or the organization that you represent? It encourages group interaction. And when you are virtualizing your platform, what you want to do is think about everything that happens when you go to an event in person. And you want to facilitate ways to make that happen in a virtual environment. So you want to make sure that your group interaction is based around what things would normally happen at a live event. So some of you are watching now, but even though you're watching at home, and like Nikisha is watching in, let's say, Richmond, Virginia, and we have John McClung who is watching in New Mexico. Well, even though they're watching in separate parts of the country, that doesn't mean that they cannot interact. That doesn't mean that they cannot network. That doesn't mean that they cannot share notes. And this is what it's all about. Take it away, Shay.
Thanks so much, Trevor. And he brought up some really important parts. So let's talk about the two types of Hangouts. Let's make this full screen so they can just take a few notes off of here. I'm going to talk about it, and then we'll go into detail. There are really two types of Hangouts. There's the Google Hangout, and Google Hangout is basically video chats for 10 or less people. So here's what I want you to know. There's probably 10 or less people that are there, because you're going to have some people watching at the time. And then there are Hangouts on air. And I really like Hangouts on air because it can be viewed by anyone. It's automatically recorded. So imagine this. You record something, it's automatically recorded, and then it's put right up on your YouTube channel. It takes all the work out of you. It takes all the work out of you, and you can bring it back to me. It takes all of the work out of you, and you can control who you share it with. So let's just imagine this for a moment. If I don't say anything else, I mean, Trevor gave you probably one of the top 5 key points of building your virtual platform. It's probably at least one of the top 5. And he said the group interaction, what needs to take place, why you want to make sure that everyone feels like they're part of it, that want to be a part of it. Not everybody wants to be a part. Some people just want to be a fly on the wall. And they want to eavesdrop on the conversation. That's fine. It still works for them. They get the content. But others want to interact. They want to participate. They want to meet other people. He gave you one of the top 5. But number 2 behind that, number 2, or not number 2, but at least probably in the top 5, I'm going to talk about that, is you now have taken all the guesswork out. So it's free. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing. If it's free, it's for me. It costs you nothing. Number 2, you can invite unlimited people to be a part of it. Like right now, all of you can watch this right now. You all can enjoy this. And number 3, it's already recorded, put up on YouTube, which is a place it can be indexed. And now you get the social media part that goes behind it. Now Trevor, take just a minute and correct me if I'm wrong. Google is a great place to have your content. Is YouTube, and this might be a Trevor might even throw a soda at me, who knows. But is YouTube a good place, Trevor, where they can have their content indexed, where folks can find it and be able to view it?
So, mic check, let me just make sure that I'm coming through loud and clear.
Mic check.
Here's the thing, is that when you do a Google Hangout, it is automatically saved to your YouTube channel. And for many of you out there right now, you're saying, YouTube channel? I don't even have a YouTube channel. Don't worry, once you start doing Google Hangouts, you will have a YouTube channel. And there are a couple of very important reasons why this is the case. And what you're starting to build is you're starting to build some virtual assets, some virtual credibility. And here's what is happening. The number 1, I want you to write this down, the number 1 search engine in the world right now is Google. The number 1 search engine in the world is Google. But the number 2 search engine in the world is actually YouTube. The number 2
You said number 2?
Yeah, the number 2 search engine in the world is Google. And you need to know this because this is very important. And the most searched topic, the words how to. How to, write this down, how to. And so what you want to do is whatever you're training on, you want to start it out with the words how to. So here's what happens. You do a Google Hangout Live. It automatically shares this on your Google Plus page. It automatically saves this to YouTube. And because YouTube is owned by Google, it also helps you with your Google ranking or your search engine optimization. For those of you who've been trying to get to the top of Google, what you want to know is that video is indexed higher than regular content. So you're more likely to place higher. So imagine.
Trevor, say that one more time. Videos is what you said?
Video is indexed higher than regular content.
Whoa, y'all might want to write that one down. I mean, not often I say you should write something down. Trevor says, I'm telling you right now. That you want to write down. That's key.
Here's what happens. Now you've done this Google Hangout. It's saved it to YouTube, the number 2 search engine in the world. It's also automatically going to be indexed on Google, the number 1 search engine. So you're already strategically positioning yourself on the number 1 and the number 2 search engines in the world. But then number 3, you now also have content that you can use maybe in your membership portal. And for many of us, you can go ahead out and you can try to pay people to get to the top of Google, and you can do all of these things to try to improve your ranking that are going to require money and effort. But what I'll tell you is one of the ways to experience organic traffic is by just doing Google Hangouts on a consistent basis. And this is much cheaper and much more effective than paying for traffic. And some of you know what I'm talking about. For those people who you want the world, you want to expand your footprint, you want the world to know about what you're doing. Maybe you are Toy Parker and you have a Blog Talk radio show. Maybe you're Sherry Diamond and you have hair for women out there. Maybe you're John McClung and you have t-shirts. And what you really want to do is you want to start doing Google Hangouts. And remember, the term that you want to use is how to. And we're going to be going over some secret YouTube optimization tricks and hacks.
Oh, wow. Thanks a lot, Trevor. I mean, comments, look, this makes a whole lot of sense. Let's talk about this for a moment. Google Hangouts can help your business in a number of different ways. Let's make this full screen for them so they can just take these notes as we kind of go through this. There are 3 ways they can really help your business. Number 1, it can help your coaching business. Number 2, if you're a service provider, it can help you as well. And number 3, if you're in an e-commerce business, it can help you. And let's talk about, if you're in the coaching business, how it can help you as a coach. If you're a coach, you pay attention. If you're a speaker, pay attention. If you're a trainer, pay attention. Let's make this full screen, and I want you to jot this down in your notes. This is going to be important. Google Coaching can help companies do a number of different things. 1, it builds trust and likability. But it also allows you to connect face-to-face because now you're right there with them. You're right there with them. They can see you. But more importantly, you can share the type of seminars that you're dealing with. Of course, if you're a service provider, it can help you as well. Trevor, some folks just want to reach a larger audience. Some want to distribute their content. But can you talk about, just for a moment, strengthening the brand? I mean, I like the idea of having a consistent voice and a message. Like, you know, some folks are thinking, look, Trevor, they have a brand problem. Now, they might know the difference between branding and marketing, by the way. You might have to give them a 1-minute clip, the difference between branding and marketing. But Google Hangouts can help strengthen the brand. Can you talk about that for just a moment, Trevor?
Well, as people go out there, they start looking for information about your products and services that you offer. They're going to go out and look for products that you offer, services that you offer. I had somebody Google me today, and when they Googled me, they could have found, you know, some written documentation about who I am, and they could have found a few images, but video is so much more powerful, and they're getting a chance to really see you in your natural element, seeing you speaking to others, talking to others, training people, speaking to people. I don't care what industry you're in, you're going to have to speak to people, and what you want to do is you want to put yourself in the best position, in the best possible light, and this will help very much with your brand. Now, as far as content distribution, there is no better video content distribution network than YouTube right now. I mean, they are at the top of the food chain. And so the syndication of all of your videos should start with YouTube. The syndication of all of your videos should start with YouTube. It is one of the easiest to access. It is mobile friendly, and it works regardless of the speed of a person's internet connection.
Okay, so now we've talked about that a little bit. We're gonna fast forward just for a moment. We're gonna talk about if you're an e-commerce business. Now we're gonna just show this to you quickly. Let's show this full screen, and then we're gonna move on. So one, Trevor talked about is gonna help you with the content marketing. But here's what I really like: it helps you build your community of followers. So if you're in the e-commerce business, one thing you have to have a list. Now, you probably heard this for a long time. The money is in the list, right? How many of you heard that before? By a show of hands, in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, just put, the money is in the list. Just put that in there. The money is in the list. Let's just get it out the way. You build a list. The money is where? In the list. We've been told that since I first got into the sales business. They were like, build a list, Shay. Build a list, build a list, build a list. Here's what I want you to know. This is the Shay Brown remix version. I'm part of the Puff Daddy generation, by the way. Better known as P. Diddy. Guys had a lot of names, by the way. But here's what I want you to know. Here's the remix version. In all seriousness, this is important. Listen very closely. Like, tune in, like right now. This is one of the top 5 ideas. You don't want to miss this. Here it is. The money is in other people's lists. That's right. Money is in other people's lists. So you build your list. Yes, you build your list. But what if you have a Google Hangout and you bring people to your hangout, and they bring their audience, and you bring your audience. Now you have two audiences coming together. This is not a new idea. You're not going to be blown away by that. You're not going to be like, whoa, Shay, thank you. Oh, my goodness, thank you so much for sharing that. I had no idea. You're not going to feel that way. But here's what I want you to know. You focus on that idea. Just one idea. How many ideas do you need to change your life? One. Put this up on the slide, please. Just show this full slide. Jot this down in your notes. One idea implemented. It says it right there. One idea implemented is better than what? 1,000 ideas you know right now. That's right. One good idea implemented is better than 1,000 ideas you know right now. And I'm sharing an idea that you can take. You can build your list, but then you can focus on other lists as well. Then you can also add to your marketing strategy. Google Hangouts has many other benefits. Branding your business was one of them. Absolutely, unequivocally need to do that. Second is excellent customer service. Third one is my favorite. It's just easy to use. It's just easy to use. So if it's easy to use, it's easy to do. Easy equals simple, right? And so when it's simple, it's just easier to do. And then the third one is going to help your business grow. Now, our number one responsibility as sales professionals, call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, business owner, entrepreneur, coach, trainer, speaker, coach, mentor, whatever you want to call yourself these days, but we're all in sales. Our number one job every day is to find someone who has a problem and share how we solve it. That's our number one goal. And so now you're going to help grow the audience. You're going to build more audiences. But I also don't believe us. Let's make this full screen. Listen to our clients. Let's talk about someone that is just like you. Just like you. Mario Price. He's an attorney. Grew up in Texas. Went to undergraduate, I believe, at the University of Texas. Went to graduate school at the University of Michigan. Then went to law school at Georgetown University. So guy has a few letters behind his name. Decided to get into this business profession, although he's a trained attorney, just like Glenn. And he wanted to build his platform. And using Google Hangouts 12 months ago wasn't on his radar screen. He took a step. First, he hired us. So that's step number one. But he knew he could get somewhere faster. And so we shared with him the secrets of Google Hangout. We shared with him the power of being able to get in front of a larger audience, to be able to share his message, and to be able to do it from the comforts of his home and spend more time with his family. And he took us up on that offer. And let me share where it's today. Today he can do a Google Hangout. He could hit a button if he wanted to and reach as many people as possible. Imagine what that would mean for your business right now. Imagine what that would mean for your career. Imagine what that would mean for your book. Imagine what that would mean for your message. See, if Mario Price can do it, you can do it as well. So there's seven uses for any coach that is out there. There's really 7 fundamental uses. I'm not going to go through all 7 of these, but they're all important. Now, I may ask Trevor just to pick one of those ideas. And
Shay, what I'm going to do is this is very important. Now, as a matter of fact, let's take this full screen because this is very important. I want you to just hold it here for just a second. Google Hangouts. There's Google Hangouts and there's Google On Air. Google Hangouts are really private meetings between you and up to 10 people. Write that down. Google Hangouts are private meetings between you and up to 10 people. Google On Air, or Hangouts on Air rather, is when you take that meeting, that group meeting, and you make it publicly accessible. So if me and Shay were having a meeting, but we wanted the world to be able to eavesdrop on our meeting, that would be a Hangout on Air. If it was just me talking and I wanted the world to see me talking, that would be a Hangout on Air. But if I just wanted to be between me and up to the 10 people who are invited, maybe it's just one person or maybe it's 10 people, that would be a Google Hangout. So let me just say that again. A Google Hangout is a private meeting between you and up to 10 people. The only people who can see it is you and the people you invited. A Hangout on Air is a public meeting. It's a public meeting where even though the people that I invited are the only people who can conversate back and forth, the whole world can see the content of that meeting. So let me talk about, for my business coaches out there, some of the uses for Google Hangouts. One, you can offer free consultation. If you need to meet with somebody, oftentimes we're doing our consultations on the phone, but there are a lot of things that are happening. You can't see their eyes. You can't see their body language. And there's some things that happen when you can see people. For those people who are doing coaching sessions, listen, it's all about the value proposition. Nothing worse than being in a coaching session. You're like, oh my God, that was the most powerful coaching session. And it was just truly, totally, flat out amazing. But there's no recording. And if you're doing your coaching sessions using Google Hangouts, it's automatically recorded so you can send the substance of that meeting to your clients and they have a video of the meeting, thus raising the value of it. Also, for group coaching sessions, mastermind groups. You can have a mastermind group with you and up to 9 other people, meaning the maximum amount of people that can be in a hangout is 10, and you are one of the 10. You can do it for mastermind sessions. We've seen many people hold mastermind sessions where they're charging upwards of anywhere between $3,000 to $25,000 a person, where they don't have to be in person, but everybody feels connected because I can see you and you can see me, and I can see you in Mexico, and the person in Mexico can see Shay over in DC, and the person over in DC can see Toy Parker over in the heart of the Carolinas, and Toy Parker can see somebody else over in New Mexico, and we're all connected, and it creates greater connectivity. And then number 4, you can use Google Hangouts to conduct webinars. Why go to GoToMeetings? Why use WebEx? Why pay that money when you can do a Google Hangout for free? Because remember, you can use a Hangout on air to publicly broadcast to an unlimited amount of people for free. Let me just say that again. You can use a Hangout on air to do an unlimited amount of people, or allow an unlimited amount of people to watch for free. So let me just clarify this. For 1, 2, and 3, you would use Google Hangouts. 1, 2, and 3, you would use a Google Hangout. Those would be private between you and the people you invited. For number 4, you would use Hangouts on air, which is just a way of making what you're talking about with others, or just you talking by yourself, public. You can also use Google Hangouts for big time special announcements. We've used that to announce very special events to the entire world. Just sort of like a big, I remember some years ago, Michael Jackson was unleashing one of his new videos, and I think it was like from the History album. That tells you how old I am, and you know. And he had this big grand opening. It was on television, and everybody was watching. Oh, let me see Michael Jackson's newest video, and he had this big, you know, event to announce his new event, and it was just amazing. Well, you can do that now, and just think about it in this way. Let's just say you were getting ready to do a big announcement to launch your book, or to tell the world about a new speaker that you're bringing to your platform. In addition to that, number 6, you can do Q&A sessions. So for number 4, for number 5, for number 6, you're going to use Hangouts on air. But then number 7, my favorite, is you can meet and train your assistants, your virtual assistants, and you would use back to Google Hangout, because that would be private. So let me just recap. 1, 2, and 3, you want to use Google Hangouts. 4, 5, and 6, you want to use Hangouts on air. Number 7, you're back to Google Hangouts. And these are just 7 uses for coaches. And I just want to recap. Google Hangouts are for private, what did I say? Private meetings between you and the people that you invite. Hangouts on air are when you take those meetings and you make them publicly accessible so other people can eavesdrop on what you're talking about with the people that you've invited. And make sure you know the difference between the two. So if you're a coach out there right now, if you're not doing Google Hangout consultations, if you're not doing coaching sessions, if you're not doing group coaching sessions or masterminds, you're really at a disadvantage. If you're not using it to conduct webinars and education through that, you're really at a disadvantage. You want to use that for special announcements. You want to use it for Q&A sessions. It's really an excellent tool. Take it away, Shay.
Absolutely. Trevor, thanks so much for sharing those 7 uses for coaches. Sometimes folks get confused which one they should use, which one they shouldn't use. And it's very, very important, especially for special announcements. And we always say, don't believe us. Listen to our clients. Let me share someone who's just like you. Just like you. Lucinda Cross. And, you know, a year ago when we met Lucinda Cross, she's already a fantastic woman. I mean, she is just bad to the bone. She's a superstar in her own right. She's just good. She really is good. But she had a problem. Let me tell you what the problem was. She wasn't using really Google Hangouts. In fact, she had never been on a Google Hangout. She took a step. She worked with us. She joined our Google Hangout. And then she started doing Google Hangouts on her own to promote what she was doing to the world. And she has a huge event coming up. And it's a large event. And what's one of the mechanisms she's going to use?
As a matter of fact, it's called the Activate Conference. It's
the Activate Conference.
Right down in New York.
Activate Conference is going to be in New York. So bad, they named it twice. So nice, they named it twice. It's going to be in New York. I think at New York Times Center building. And think about this. Something that was free, something that could reach more people than she'd ever been in front of, a system and a structure, that being Google Hangouts, that she can use the other folks to interact with to bring in their audience, is now going to be one of the main platforms. And Trevor and I, we're just humble. We're just grateful. We can't take credit for Lucinda Cross and her success. We just couldn't do that. I mean, some coaches, they try to take all the credit as if they did all the work. We can't do that. But what we can say is that we're a catalyst. We played a piece, a role, in something that she'll be able to use for the rest of her life. And she'll be able to teach it to her coaches, to her clients, and to her speakers, and to many, many more folks. Where did it all start? Exactly where we are right now, on a Google Hangout. And there's a couple uses you can use if you're a service provider. And, you know, I'm going to just share a couple of those. If customer service is one, you could use it to really do product demonstrations. We're going to have, the next couple of days are going to really be amazing. I mean, you don't want to miss it. You just don't. I promise you that. For announcements and really to build your community. And this is important. Now, you might be asking yourself, what does it take to even get started? What does it take to even get started? Let me share a couple now. Let me share a couple of things that's going to take. One, it's going to take you just having an entrepreneurship mindset, just a mindset, just a belief system, just a shift in what you're thinking That's one. And the second is going to take massive action. Now, we're going to walk you step by step through it so you can do it. But let me tell you about someone that's just like you. See, don't believe us. These are folks today. In the past, they were not using Google Hangouts. It wasn't part of their system. It wasn't part of their structure. It wasn't part of their revenue plan. When they sat down and did their goals for the year, it wasn't a part of it. But now it is. I'll tell you about Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton. And worked at Harvard University, not just worked there, professor there and administrators there in Ivy League schools. I mean, she has 5 earned degrees. She's a superstar. And she has a passion for helping women all over the world really strengthen their relationships with themselves and with their family and with their communities, and help them be the best they can be from a communication perspective. And she had a problem. I just got to tell you, flat out, I had a problem. What was the problem? She wanted to get in front of more people. What was the problem? She wanted to get an audience, but she didn't want to get on the road. Nobody wants to pack a bag every single day. You know, think about what that's like. You got to go pack your bag. You got to go to the airport. You got to park your car. You got to go through. I mean, just so much work. She's saying, what if I could just do this from the comforts of my home office? I'm already paying for internet. I have a computer. And here's what I liked about her. Here's the question. Let me ask this question first. When do you stop learning? Like just right now, in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook, when do you stop learning? And the obvious answer is you never stop learning. You never stop learning. She said, I can learn this. Trevor, I can do this. Shay Brown, I can do this. And we walked it through, we're going to walk you through step by step by step, exactly how to do a Google Hangout, the benefits of Google Hangout, and what we're going to do on this call at the very end is we're going to show you how to monetize for those that want to. Some of you, you're not really trying to make any money with your Hangouts. You just need another platform to share your message, and that's fine, and it's going to work for you. Others, you do. She was able to do that.
And Shay, if Dr. Pam Love was here, you know what she would say? Hashtag, I can do this. That's what Dr. Pam Love would say. And so, in honor of Dr. Pam Love, before we go through how to start your own Google Hangout, here's what I want you to do. I want everybody to hit the share button above the video, hit the share button above the video, and I want you to type these words. Now hit this Facebook share button above the video.
Right there above the video, like right there.
Right above the video,
okay,
right?
Right there.
And I want you to hit hashtag I can do this. I want you to put hashtag I can do this. Just type it. Hit the share button right above the video right now. Not in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. This is right above the video right now. Just put hashtag I can do this. Hashtag I can do this. Who can do this? You can do this. Who can do this? You can do this. What can you do? You can do a Google Hangout. What can you do? You can make 7 figures using Google Hangouts. What can you do? You can broaden your base using Google Hangouts. What can you do? You can increase your network. You can increase your platform. You can double your revenue. You can do this. Everybody above the video right now, above the video, hit the share button, and I want you to type hashtag I can do this. Hashtag I can do this. We believe in you.
Hashtag I can do this. So Emma Fraser Pendleton, she went out and she did it, and she started doing Google Hangouts. Imagine someone, it's not about how old you are, how young you are. What it's about is the mindset. It's about the belief system. It's
well, she's only 21, just for the record. She's only 21.
I didn't say she was or was not. I mean, she looks like she's 21. They had to card her. They always have to card her. But Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton can do it. You can do it as well. So let's give you a couple steps that you can do. Step number 1 is you have to get a Google Plus account. So you can just do that. Just go to Gmail, sign on to Google, and get a Google Plus account. And once you do that, it's going to make it really easy, one, for folks to find you. Set up a company page if you want to when you do that. Brand your Hangouts. We'll talk about that another day. And then also add people they can follow you. Step number 2, if necessary, on some computers, you still have to install Google Talk. And now, it's not necessary on all the computers, I don't think, Trevor. Is it necessary on all the computers still, Trevor? I know there was a time it was that you had to install.
There is still a plugin that you will need to install, right, on your computer. If you go to the Google Hangout page there, you'll just see, you'll see that link, and we'll post the link again in the group, and what you'll do is you'll just download it on the PC or the Mac that you're using. Now, one important thing, if you're using a mobile phone or a tablet, you want to download it onto your tablet also. So you're using the iPhone, you want to go to the App Store and download the Google Hangout plugin. If you're using the Android device, you want to download the Google Hangout plugin. Now, one of the things you want to know is Google Hangout is going to become one of the most powerful pieces of technology the next 2 years that you're going to see, because the Google Hangout technology is not just now being used for videos. It's not just being used now for webinars. But did you know, Shay, that you can now use Google Hangouts to send and receive text messages?
What?
Did you know that? Yeah. So this is going to be a fully integrated solution. So realize that if you're not using Google Hangouts, you are behind the curve. It's going to be like not having an email address. Like you don't have a Google Hangout? It's going to be just like meeting somebody who doesn't have a Facebook account. You're going to be like, what planet do you live on? So everybody, today, I mean, we're here to get you ahead of the curve. So download it on your tablet. Download it on your mobile phone. Download it on your computer. I'm going to post the link into the group. As a matter of fact, if somebody's there and they want to post the link to the group, just go ahead and post the link where people can go and download the Google Hangout plugin.
Well, Trevor did a point of clarification. It's still out there. You need that. Step number 3 is start your own Hangout. Just click the new Hangout tab. It'll be right there. I mean, you'll be able to walk directly through that. And then step number 4, you're going to end up inviting folks to participate, inviting folks to join. Now, here's a couple of features that are really important about Google Hangout that I really, really enjoy. And then I'm going to take a moment and actually show you the exact camera and tell you the exact earpiece that we're going to suggest that you use, the headset that we're going to suggest you use. But just for now, there's a couple of things I want you to jot down in your note, a couple of the features of Google Hangouts that I really enjoy. Number 1 is Instant Messenger. So right on Google Hangout, they have their own Instant Messenger, which is inside the platform. And you can use that. So now your other participants who are all on the Hangout with you, you can now chat back and forth. I also like the idea that you can watch and you can share your Hangout on YouTube. So now, as Trevor mentioned earlier, it's going to be indexed up there for you. You can also mute yourself while you're on Google Hangout. Now, But Shay, that's pretty obvious. But no, check this out. You're on Google Hangout, and you decide that you want to mute the audience. You have complete controls, and imagine what that means. And most importantly, for a number of trainers, the last one, I want you to put an asterisk by this one. Like put a big asterisk. You can share your screen.
And so, Shay, something that's really important, because people are thinking, well, why would I want to be able to share documents and images? You know, why would I want to be able to mute my video or mute myself? Well, you can use Google Hangouts to facilitate a full-fledged meeting with your staff. We meet with our staff regularly using Google Hangouts, and sometimes there are documents that we need to share back and forth, and sometimes we need to share a PDF document, or sometimes we need to share a Word document. And get this, Shay.
What's that?
Not only can you share documents, but it's integrated with Google Docs.
No way.
So this is a fully functional system. So you can have a fully functional meeting. Maybe you're having an event and you need to meet with your staff. And I know the age-old way of doing it is we all drive to the place where we have the meeting and we get the whiteboard out, and they have a Google whiteboard, a virtual whiteboard, and then you show up and somebody gets the donuts and you have this meeting. And you have to wait to the right place and the right time, and you have to wait for people to show up and who's going to be late. But you can use Google Hangouts to make it more convenient for you to meet with your team and your team to meet with you. And we just got to get better at being more efficient and effective. So everybody type this into the group. Type this into the private, elusive, exclusive group. Use Google Hangouts to be more efficient and effective. Just write that down. Use Google Hangouts to be more efficient and effective. Take it away.
Oh, that certainly makes a lot of sense, Trevor. A lot of sense. So, Trevor, I'm going to show them, if we can, I'm going to show them what the webcam looks like. And then, I'm saying that because I just want Trevor to just tell you what the earpiece. I'm going to show you what it looks like, and I want him just to kind of, Trevor, if you will, just kind of tell them, just kind of tell them what type of headset they need to get, and then I'm going to tell them this right here, just right here. I'm going to
okay. So I'm going to make some recommendations for the headset. The headset that I'm going to recommend is the Logitech C920. That is an HD webcam. I'm recommending the Logitech C as in cat 920. And actually, if somebody's out there who is regularly following, just post a link to the Logitech C as in cat 920. And some of you are asking, well, I got a webcam on my computer. That's not the one you want to use. You're going to look unprofessional. You're going to look cloudy. And it's not going to be good. You want to use the Logitech C920.
Oh, I actually have a picture of it right here.
Yeah, it's under $100. It's under $100.
Oh, this is it right here.
Yep.
I'm walking up and letting you see it. Under $100.
Now, the reason why this particular camera is going to be...
Trevor, we actually use this one, don't we?
Yes, Shay. Yes, we actually use this
one. Okay. So, this is the one we use.
So, just to give you a couple of small notes as to why this camera is really key, is that the Logitech C920 has a glass lens on it. This is key. The glass lens on it gives you clarity. I mean, imagine driving in your car, and imagine if your car had a plastic window on it. I mean, would you really want to drive in that car? Would you really be able to see clearly? What if you had plastic windows on your house? So many of the webcams that you have on your computer and many of the other webcams that are out there, the reason why they're not crystal clear is because they're using plastic lenses. The Logitech C920 has a glass lens on it. Also, it has a wide field of view, meaning it can see a wide field, so you don't have to back the camera up to see a greater field of view. And it's also high definition. It's also high definition, and much of the processing is happening on the camera, thus is not bogging down your computer and making it slow. In addition to that, Shay, if you'll just go ahead and flip the bottom of that over, Shay, just flip the bottom. It's one of my favorite features. And under the bottom, you'll see that you can put that on a tripod, meaning that you don't want to sit this on top of your computer. You want to sit this on top of a tripod so that, I don't know if you've ever seen somebody on their webcam and they're kind of bending the computer screen and trying to get it lined up perfectly. No, you just sit this on a tripod and it's very easy to operate. So Logitech C920, under $100. And this is one of the things that you need for what I call your backpack live streaming kit. Your backpack live streaming kit.
Absolutely, makes a lot of sense. And Trevor, they can all go out and get that. So creating your live event, you know, a couple things you're going to do. First, you're going to.
And say we have some other things that they would need for that also.
Okay.
So the camera is the first thing that they need. The camera is the first thing that they will need. Okay. Now, we also want to deal with sound quality. I want you to write this down. This is a very important point. People will forgive bad video, but they will never forgive bad sound. They will forgive bad video, but they will never forgive bad sound. So what we're going to recommend for the sound, is we're going to recommend that you use the Logitech H as in Harry 600 or the Logitech H800. I prefer the Logitech H800 because it's Bluetooth and USB, but for some people, you know, you don't want to be dealing with all of that and you just want to get something simple, and then you want to get the Logitech H as in Harry 600. The Logitech H as in Harry 600. And then it's really a truly phenomenal piece of equipment. And so I'm going to post a picture of that into the group right now. Matter of fact, I'm posting it right now. Shay, 1 second. I'm going to post a picture of the Logitech C920 first, right? And I'm just posting a picture of that for Google Hangouts. Just posting that right now to the group, right? Mm-hmm. And this is just a picture of what it looks like. So people, you can go to Best Buy, you can go to Amazon.com, you can go to any of those places and you can get it, okay? Now, the next thing that you want to look for is you want to look for the Logitech H as in Harry 600 or H800. This will basically give you a headset, a wireless headset that you can put on your head, but it gives you crystal clear sound. What you don't want to have is you don't want to have ambient sound where it's picking up everything in the room. You want to just pick up your voice and pick it up very clearly. Now, if you have just these two things alone, you're going to have an excellent hangout. You're going to have excellent video and you're going to have excellent sound. You're going to have excellent video and you're going to have excellent sound. This is the key. You want excellent video and you want excellent sound. You'll look just as clear as the video you're seeing right now. You'll sound just as clear as the sound that you're hearing right now. And so these are two of what I call the key elements. And I see Joan Corner Woman Wilson is just entered the building, Shay, and she's actually posted a picture. Now, Joan, if you want to go ahead and find a picture of the H as in Harry 600, the Logitech H600, and the Logitech H800, so they can see a picture of that for their sound. And then I want to give them something bonus. I want to give them a little bonus for those people. There are always people who just want to take it another step. So we have the Logitech H600, and we're finding a picture of the H800 for you. You want to get this. You want to get this. Now, for those people who really want to take it to the next level, the key to good video, and you don't have to have this. This is just a bonus.
You don't have to have it, but this is bonus time.
The two things that you need to have is you need the H600 and you need the H800. But for the bonus, you want to use, if you get a chance, you want to use LED lights. LED lights, you can get some LED lights for usually like under 150 bucks. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're going to be doing this consistently. You want to be able to do some things at night, and if you do it correctly, you will you'll have just an amazing hangout. Now, having lights is not a requirement, but it is something good to have. It is something good to have. So if you want to get the lights, you can get those from, I ordered mine from Amazon.com. I think, Shay, you ordered yours from eBay, mm-hmm. and he just ordered some LED lights. And I found a picture of that and kind of posted them within. Now, why LED lights? LED lights are not hot. They don't get hot. And sometimes if you use traditional lighting, you don't want to be on camera and sweating profusely and like, oh my gosh, it's so hot. Because you just burn up. You just burn up on camera. And so I'm posting a picture now, Shay. I just found a picture of the H800, and I'm going to go ahead and post a picture of that right now. I'm going to post a picture of that right now and just post it.
And for those that want to know where he's posting, you can head over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. If you're listening right now and you're seeing, oh wow, there's a lot going on. They're showing the pictures, they're showing the photos, they're showing the website. Where do you go? You go to virtualnetworkinglive.com, and you too can join the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, or click the link right below the video.
And so the bonus thing is you want to get the LED lights. You want to get the LED lights. And Shay, what I'll do is I'll just head over to eBay right now. I'm just going to head on over to eBay right now.
Okay.
It's to just show them that just how simple and how fast it is to find some LED lights. And I'm going to type in LED lights. Okay. LED lights. I'll put that in there right now. Just find that in there. Just type in. And LED lights are commonly used in photography, so it's not anything new.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and I'll just post up a picture of some of the ones I see right now and then.
And Trevor's showing the exact lights that we use. So as you're watching us even now.
And Shay, look, I found a set of 500 watts. I mean, I found a 500 watt one, Shay, for $119.
Oh, buy it. Buy it. Let's add it to the collection as we're on the road. Buy the lights.
I'm actually going to post the link, Shay. I'm going to actually post it.
We should buy it. How many do they have?
Well, I mean, somebody is going to get lucky.
Bring it back to me. Go get it. Go get it here. I'm gonna get my, ladies and gentlemen, just close your eyes. I'm getting my credit card out. I'm tossing my card over to Trevor now. I'm trying to get it over to him. $119. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Get the lights. He released one of the Trevor. I mean, I didn't know he was gonna do the bonus of the bonuses, but right now we've got great lighting. What are we using? LED lights.
And what are we using right now in the studio? Some of you are like, well, that lighting looks really clean. It's just an LED light.
LED. What do we use in the home office? LED lights.
And you can do this from eBay at any time. And so I'm just going to, I posted a link. Some people say, yeah, I don't believe you, Trevor. Okay. Well, you can have your own mobile studio setup overnight. I mean, literally overnight. You can be set up to rock and roll. We want you to look like pros. We want you to look like professionals. We want you to improve your brand. And these are just some of the things that you need. And Shay, let me welcome Sarnie J to the group, okay. and also welcome to the group Loretta P. Reed. I want to welcome her to the group.
Welcome both of you. Welcome both of you. So now we're talking about Google Hangouts. And you can also create your live event. I mean, you can do this. Now, it's a little bit different than a Hangout because it's by invitation. That means you got to invite people to be part of it. But you can do that. And note, and make this full screen for them, please, if you can. Note that once your on-air Hangout is completed, it automatically becomes a video, which is what we talked about earlier, and it's published to your YouTube channel. And you can then market this video much like you market other content. Now, there's a couple of tips for maximizing Google Hangouts. One tip, I want you to jot this down in your notes. You want to practice a few times with friends and family, okay? I say friends and I say family because you might not have any friends, so you got to go find family, and you might not have any family that want to deal with you, so you got to go find some friends. So if you got both, God bless you, you're blessed. Also, I made this mistake. I'm not perfect, and I know I've made this mistake. Trevor may have made this mistake as well. He'll admit this, I'm sure. Not muting myself. So I find myself, I'm talking and the Hangout's going on and I forget the microphone is on. So this is just a tip. So when you're not speaking and someone else not speaking, just mute everybody. And that'll stop the disturbance and also stop the camera from jumping back and forth. And I'll mute it sometime when I have the control center so that if Trevor makes a noise or someone else makes a noise, the camera won't shift from who's presenting and move to someone else and then come back. Because that can be very, very distracting.
And Shay, something that's important is that when you have Google Hangouts, there is the producer, which is the person controlling the Hangout. And then there are the participants. The producer is the person who starts the Hangout, and you have control over all of the other participants. Also, don't have people on your Hangout who don't have the proper equipment. Let me say that again. Don't have people on your Hangout who don't have the proper equipment. Why? It's going to make you look bad. and things are going to happen. Like I don't know if you've ever been listening to the radio, Shay, and the person calls into the radio station, and they have to tell them, cut the radio off because you're getting feedback.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
And so
I did that before, Trevor.
Yeah, so there are many people who they're just hard-headed. They're like, oh, I just want to do it my way. But if you don't have the headset, you're going to inevitably get a lot of repeating, a lot of overlapping, and you don't want to have that. So don't have people on your Hangout who don't have the equipment. It's two simple pieces of equipment. All you need just to get started is the headset and the camera. Just the headset and the camera. Now, Shay, I told them I was going to tell them about one more bonus piece. I mean, the bonus of the bonus, and that is a pop-up green screen so that they can drop out the background.
Ah.
Now, I'm going to find a picture of a pop-up green screen, and then we can go from there, okay?
Wow, that sounds pretty cool. So you're going to do a pop-up green screen. So we already talked to them about the microphone. You talked to them about the headset. And then you're going to show them how they can have a pop-up green screen right behind them.
And what that means is that later on, they can take the video. They can take the video, right? And all they got to do is take the video, and they can send it to an editor, probably less than $5. And literally, they can have the background changed out, and they can be now not sitting in their living room. They can be sitting in the White House or sitting in another state, and just adding a pop-up green screen. Pop-up green screen is probably less than $20, you know, and you can get it from Amazon.com. And so these are just some of the secret tips, and we're going to be going, when we get into our Google Hangout Mastery Series, we're going to show you all of the secrets to how to have a Google Hangout that makes it look like you're in $1 million studio.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, how cool is that? Now, you're finding out now what others have been doing, and you can now do it as well. Technology has come so far. As I said, when you bring sales and technology together, all of a sudden, whoosh, shazam. I mean, it all happens for you. So a couple of other just tips I just want to walk you through and kind of share with you. One is you can use Google Hangout to get the word out. You can integrate some other Google tools. We talked about Google Drive. They talked about ways you can control the sound, ways you can control the pictures, ways you can put your banners on there. You can also create a list of people that you want to invite. More importantly, you can prepare. But here's what I want you to do. Give your Hangout a catchy title. Make sure that's there. Make sure that's important. And also, make sure you test and track your success and ask for feedback. Ask the audience, hey, give us some feedback. What's some things we can do differently? What would you like to hear? What's the content or message we should deliver? How would you like to participate? And also, just have fun. Just have fun. It's a new trend in business, and it's a new trend in marketing, which means if there's business, which is how things happen, and there's marketing, then that means there's what? There's sales, right? There's sales there. This is all a new trend, but it works. We know that all roads in business lead to a sales presentation. Someone jot that down in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. All roads in business, where they all come, they all lead to a sales presentation. And now you have Google Hangouts. It's just another tool on your tool belt. What I'm going to do right now is just walk through a couple steps that you can use in order to earn your 7-figure income. And as I walk you through these steps, what I'm going to suggest that you do is you think about it through the lens of how you're communicating and then how you can monetize it. See, now you know how to get on Google Hangouts. You got that. You know how to look like a rock star. You got that. You practice it. You're ready. The audience is there. That's cool. But now the question becomes, for those that want to, for those that don't want to monetize it, this is not part of your business model. It's just what you're going to do in the community. It's how you're going to give back. It's how you help other people. That's fine. You can still learn something, but you don't have to tune in. But for those that want to monetize it, you're like, okay, Shay, now my ears have just opened up completely. My mind is there. I'm tuned back in. Let me go through these steps with you right now. And I'll tell you someone that was just like you, Andy. Andy Henriquez is just like you out there, by the way. A year ago, he wasn't doing Google Hangouts. Now, this is a rock star presenter. I mean, he's with the Les Brown Platinum speakers. He teaches people the power of stories. And in his own story, he wasn't using Google Hangouts. He took a step. He worked with us to learn how to use Google Hangouts. He joined our Hangouts, and then he used it as a platform to present his products and services after he had solved problems. And in these United States of America, people will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. That's a $100,000 idea. Just that one idea. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. So Andy then took a step, and here's where he is today. He can use Google Hangouts. He can get his message out. He helps people tell stories. He's a master storyteller. And more importantly, he can monetize it. If Andy can do it, you can do it as well. So let's talk about the 8 secrets to just closing the deal on monetizing Google Hangouts. Secret number 1, as we go through these, you can make this full screen. Hopefully you can hear me. There we go. I'm back. Woohoo! The big bold claim is not for everything to go black, by the way. It's just what happens because we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Things happen, but you know what? The show must go on. So the big bold claim. So the big bold claim is, what is the number 1 benefit you're going to deliver to the audience? And that's going to be as big as you can make it. And it's going to be bold. It's a claim. That means you've got to deliver on what you say you're going to do. So this one right here, we said we're going to teach you how to earn a 7-figure revenue generating infrastructure by using Google Hangouts. That's a big, bold claim, like 7 figures. Yeah, we said 7 figures. Do we believe it? Yes. Can we be able to do it? Yes. If we can do it, if our clients can do it, you can do it. I promise you, you can do that. So what's your big, bold claim of the Hangout? You've got to have that there. That's secret number 1, the big, bold claim. Number 2 is, what is the challenge that's facing your folks? So once you're on the Hangout, you want to share the challenge that they're having. Share some of the problems that they have right now. So maybe one of the challenges is they're looking for another avenue to generate leads. Maybe a challenge is they're looking to strengthen their brand. Maybe another challenge is they want to reach more people. Maybe another challenge is they want to work from the comforts of their home. They want to be there in their home. That's where they want to be, and that's a challenge to them. I don't know what the challenge is. You've got to communicate that once you're on the Hangout. See, we moved beyond how to do a Hangout to now how do you monetize a Hangout, which is going to take a structure and a system. The third step is the commonality. Jot this down in your notes. It comes to my mentor, Dr. Donald J. Moyne, and he would say this: people like people that are just like them. It's so true. People like people that are just like them. So what do you have in common? What are ways that you can connect with them during the Hangout? See, what we have in common right now is that we're doing a Google Hangout. Well, it's not. It's a broadcast, and we're broadcasting out to you right now. What we have in common is that we both have a message inside of us that we want to share with other folks. What we all have in common right now is that we're experts in what we do. What we all have in common is that we've all been through some challenges in life. Some of us have been knocked down more than once, but we've had to get back up. And so as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as sales professionals, we're part of this community, this fraternity, this sorority. We're the backbone of these United States of America, and we do what we need to do in order to bring value and solve problems. See, that's what we have in common right now, but it's not about you and me, and it's not about Trevor Hotz. It's really all about your audience. Step number 4 is to build credibility. Why should they listen to you? What makes you the expert? Well, in our case, we've gone out and done it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone out, and Trevor has studied everything there possibly is to study and know about automation and technology and the best tools. And he's always ahead of the curve. It's one of the reasons I enjoy working and being in this relationship, is that he's always ahead of the curve. He's always knowing what's going on. That helps establish credibility, but then more importantly than that, we do it. Not once a year, not once a month, not once a week. Sometimes 4 and 5 times, several times a week. We're doing it, but more importantly, and I think this is the most important part, we've taught other people. We've helped other people. See, there's 3 ways you learn anything in life. First, you can go out and you can learn about it and report on it. The other way is you can go out and you can do it. And the third way you become an expert is you teach other people. There's a different lens you see the world through when you're teaching. Was it Maya Angelou? I think this is. When you earn, give. When you learn, teach. And teaching is the highest way that you can possibly do. But you got to build credibility in your presentation. Number 5, and I'll bring that up in a minute, I always say, don't believe us. Listen to people that are just like you. Cheryl Woods, some of you know Cheryl Woods. She's having a fantastic event coming up called Playtime is Over. A year ago, she was not doing Google Hangouts. It wasn't a part of her platform. It wasn't even probably in her strategy and or her plan. And by her own self-admission, she said, I'm not into technology. It's not what I do. I stay in my lane. But here's what she believed, and here's what I'm really glad that she could do, is that she could then learn this. As a result, today she does Google Hangouts. She regularly joins our Hangouts. There was a time when she was training and she was away, she was at a hotel, and she could not get the internet on her laptop. She went and downloaded the Google Hangout app. Oh, there's an app for it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an app. Hear me, hear me, hear me, hear me. There's an app. She got the app, and she talked through the app through her phone, and she joined in. Now, if Cheryl Wood can do it, I'm here to tell you. Now, she wasn't doing this before she met us. She's been on a number of our Hangouts. Now she can do her own Hangouts. She has an event coming up, and as a result, she's now going to be offering a way to be able to broadcast that out. If Cheryl Woods can do it, you can do it. She's just like all of you. She wasn't born this way. She wasn't wired this way. On your Hangout, you want to share that there are choices they have. They can change or they can do things the same old way. See, there's always a choice. Just like today, I mean, in a few minutes, I'm going to extend a special opportunity for some of you to stay in this conversation, to go from where we are now to the next level, which is a mastery level, and to be taught by Trevor Otts, the Trevor Otts. Myself, Shay Brown, I'll be there and really learn this. And so you want to share those choices. And I'm going to tell you, for those that are watching right now, it's going to be special. If you make it to the end, there's 2 special things that are going to happen. One, you have an opportunity. And secondly, you never know what we're going to give away. Number 6, I believe in my list here, is comparison. You always want to compare where you are to other opportunities that are out there. And I think Trevor did a great job earlier. He started off that way. Again, one of the top 5 things he said was, yes, you can play right now, GoToMeeting. And you can do that. But why pay $200 or $300 a month? But you can do that. You could go to Anytime Meeting, but why would you pay to do that? There's other services you could pay for, but Google Hangout is free. Worst case scenario, you use it and it costs you nothing. Best case scenario is you never use it and it never costs you anything. And then this one is so important. I want you to listen very carefully, because on your Hangout, it's really important we do this, is that you have to share concerns. See, while they're watching, we know there's 2 questions they have in their mind. Will this work for them? Whatever your content is, whatever you're sharing, it's part of the process. You've got to be able to share that, and you've got to be able to connect with them and share with them step by step why it will work for them. And then number 8 is the call to action. What are the next steps? What happens after the Hangout? Can they stay in the conversation? Is there a way to do that? If there is, let the audience know that. And tonight, I'm letting you know that. Today, I'm letting you know this. This afternoon, depends on where you are in the world right now. And you want to be clear and concise. Just walk them step by step. If they buy, they buy. If they don't, no big deal. But at least they're clear on what the next steps are. The number 1 question they have in their mind is, will this work for them? Number 1 question you might ask is, can I use Google Hangout? Will it work for me, Shay? I've seen it work for other folks. I'm just not sure. I wasn't sure about email, but I had to do it. I wasn't sure about a smartphone, but I had to do it. The answer to your question is yes, yes, yes. And let me tell you, the faster you get there, the faster you get started, the better off you're going to be. I'll tell you a quick story about one of our clients who's just like you. His name is Ruben West. And there was a time, less than 12 months ago, Ruben West wasn't doing Hangouts. He wasn't broadcasting. In fact, it probably wasn't even in his plan. Imagine that. You put together your best sales and marketing plan possible, and using Google Hangouts is not a part of it. Now, tomorrow that's going to sound foolish to anyone who's watching right now. They're like, Shay, I can't believe I never did this. He took a step. He worked with us. He hired us. And just recently, on one of his Hangouts, he had 66,000 viewers. Now, imagine what that would mean for you if you had 66,000 viewers that were watching you, that were hearing your message. For some of you, that would change your life. if Ruben can do it, you can do it. And he would probably tell you he's not the most techie person out there, although he understands technology, but he didn't have to understand it. What he had to understand was step by step, what does he need to do in order to make it happen. I'm really glad we were able to do that. So the answer is absolutely it works. Absolutely, absolutely. And if it's worked for Ruben, it will work for you. If it's worked for Cheryl Wood, it will work for you. If it's worked for Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton, it will work for you. See, it's worked for many of our clients. Many of our clients. We could tell story after story of clients that it's worked for. And I know we're 100% certain it's going to work for you. And we put together something that you don't have to do all that they had to do. We've packaged it and we've made it really, really easy. So what I do right now is kind of walk you through the next steps. I'm going to leave this up there for a few minutes. We're going to just walk you through this on what some of the next steps are over and beyond today, where you can stay in this conversation. You can use Google Hangouts. You can generate more qualified leads. You can set more appointments. You can build your brand. And we're going to make it really, really easy. And I'm really excited. I couldn't wait till we get to this part where you can join the winning team and be like so many folks out there. Now, for some of you who are curious right now, you're like, Shay, I'm just curious. I'm already in. Whatever the special is, Shay, I'm in. You already said it's going to be under $200. I am in. Take me there right now. Well, on the screen right now, you can see. You can just hit on over. If you don't even want to wait, you're like, Shay, I don't even want to wait. Just go over to buyhangoutsystem.com. Just go to it's right there on the screen, buyhangoutsystem.com. Just hit on over there, and then I'm going to walk you through some really special offer that you can use and take advantage of today. And it's only for a handful, so it's not going to be for everybody. This is not for everybody, but this is for you. This is the missing piece on what you need right now in your business. Where do you go? To buyhangoutsystem.com. That's system, the singular, buyhangoutsystem.com. Now, there is an investment, but I'm famous for what? Irresistible offers. So I'm going to share with you in a moment an irresistible offer, easy first step, but there is investment. Why is there investment? Because everyone has to have some skin in the game. So you might be curious, what do you get? Well, let's just walk you through step by step what you get. First thing you get at buyhangoutsystem.com is you're going to get a couple of components. First is you're going to get our Hangout Profit System, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment, our Hangout Profit System. And then you're going to get, complete. I'm going to walk you step by step through that in a minute. And then you're going to get 21 ways to monetize your system or your webinar or your Hangout. Now think about it. Today, in the time we had, we may have shared 4 or 5 of our best ideas. And there's more. And we're also going to give you our Google Hangouts, making coaching, training, and selling easy. See, when we got started, there wasn't a place that Trevor and I can go sit down and someone could just say, here's the roadmap. It just didn't work that way. Why did it work that way? Because Trevor's a pioneer. And he recognized this well over a year ago. And so he was so far ahead that he was a trailblazer in doing this. And there's a lot of benefits of doing that because he's seen all the pitfalls out there. And he can save us so much time. When I say we're together, but he's the master at it. He truly, truly is. And so if I can learn to do it and participate and our clients can do it, then I know you can. And we packaged it. We made it easy. It's a very, very special offer where you can go out there. And let's share a little bit about what comes in there. First, our Hangout Profit System 1-day bootcamp. When's the next one? It's Wednesday, September the 17th. It's right there on the screen in Laurel, Maryland. Now, some of you can fly into town. Others of you can join in from the comforts of your home with your bunny slippers on. Some of you can be right at the office. Now, the value of one day, just one day, I'm going to be there. Trevor Otts is going to be there, is $1,997. And that's a doggone good bargain by itself. Think about how many sales do you need to recoup $1,997. So some of you 1, some of you 2, some of you 3 sales, and it pays for itself. But also with that is going to come our step-by-step guide to earn your 7-figure income. So today, you took notes as fast as your fingers could write. And you're like, wow, Shay, if I could hear this again, if I had it in writing, if I had the manual in front of me, I could follow that. And we're going to release that to you. The value of the manual alone is $197. If you were just to have the step-by-step guide, it'd be $197. But there's a third component that we talked about that you get with this, and that's our special report. 21 ways to monetize your webinar. It's valued at $297 because we know that some of you just want to look good. Some of you want to make sure your customers feel good, and others of you are ready just to get your message out, and that's all you want to do. But there's another population of you out there. You're like myself, really. You're like, I want to monetize this. I can offer a product. I can offer a service. I can solve problems to a larger group of folks, and that's the best use of my time, Shay. One to as many as I can possibly get at one time. That's valued at $297. I'm going to ask you, let us walk you through monetizing Google Hangouts. Let us show you systems that work. Let's give you a structure that you can do over and over and over again. Again, how many sales do you need to recoup $297? Now, there is a 100% money back guarantee, and I'm really pleased with this, is that we'll let you test drive this program for 30 days. And if you don't feel the program will benefit you today or in the future, we will refund your money 100%, no questions asked. So it is a rock solid guarantee. You have nothing to lose, and everything to possibly gain. But here's a quick recap of where we are. Let me just give you a quick recap as we show you this so you can see it clearly. A couple things. It's the Hangout Profit System. It has the one-day Hangout System Bootcamp valued at $1,997. It comes with our 7-figure income guide valued at $97. 21 ways to monetize your webinar, $297. And there's a bonus in there that I didn't talk about, and that's a one-on-one coaching session. That's an opportunity for you and I to get together, and it's 30 power minutes, but in that time, we're going to customize exactly what you need for your business, for where you are, for your clientele. And I'm going to tell you, just the one-day bootcamp alone is worth the price of admission. But we're famous for irresistible offers. So tonight, today, wherever you are, we have something very special for you, where you can go out to buyhangoutsystem.com. Now, this is going to be for the first 50 people. After that, we're going to shut it down, close it down. But for the first 50 people who go out there, I believe that the universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. You're going to go to buyhangoutsystem.com.
Now, Shay, I'm going to throw in something that we have never discussed. Ever. It's the first time that many of you have heard about it. There is, yes, Google Hangouts. And there is Google Hangouts on air. But technology does not wait on anybody. It is constantly evolving. It is constantly moving ahead. And for you to take it to the next level as a professional, for you to take it to the next level as an entrepreneur, for you to raise your game, triple your profits, you got to be on the bleeding edge. And so I'm very happy to announce that at the upcoming boot camp, we're going to be teaching for the very first time live. It has never been taught by us. We're going to be teaching you Google's newest entry into the streaming world. I'm going to be teaching for the first time how to use YouTube Live.
What?
Yeah. I know you've heard of Google Hangouts, and I know you've heard of Hangouts on Air, but how many of you are using YouTube Live?
They don't even know what it is, Trevor.
I'm going to be teaching it. It is Google Hangouts and Google on Air was set up to take on WebEx and GoToMeeting. But their newest foray into the streaming world is designed to take on the titans, livestream.com, ustream.com. And it is an ability for you to stream an entire conference, to take your streaming to the next level in Ultra HD, 1080p. And do the whole thing for free. And we're going to be teaching. And I don't know another place on the planet right now where you can go and learn YouTube Live. And at this upcoming boot camp, for the very first time, we're going to put you on the bleeding edge. We're going to put you ahead of your competition. We're going to be teaching YouTube Live. Now you can go ahead, you can Google it, you can go ahead and look for trainings on YouTube Live. I'm going to tell you what you're going to find. People who are looking for training on YouTube Live. And I'm going to be teaching that. So you do not, and I repeat, you do not want to miss this next upcoming training. This is going to be part of, for those special folks that are watching right now, this is all part of the September package.
Yes. I mean, if I known, obviously, this is obviously irresistible. I wouldn't have done this super duper deal. This is a super duper deal here.
Now, to tell you how significant,
a super deal.
To tell you how significant it is, is many of you who are watching this right now, you're watching this using YouTube Live. We're not telling you or theorizing about what you can do. We're right on the edge with you. We're using it. Now, I don't know.
And do I look good or what?
Now, I don't know when I will teach this again, but I do know that at this upcoming boot camp, I will be teaching for the very first time YouTube Live. You do not want to miss this. You want to get ahead of the curve. You want to out-earn your competition. You want to hashtag double your revenue, hashtag triple your revenue. You want to be there because I'm going to be teaching for the very first time YouTube Live.
All right, everyone. So here's where to go. Head on over to buyhangoutsystem.com. Just head on over to buyhangoutsystem.com. A very special offer. And, you know, there's a couple bonuses we have in here. We have our Google benefits and tips, which is really to skyrocket your business and profit. So some of you know about Google, you know about Google Plus, but you never had it all brought together for you. That's valued at $1,497. This is the bonus gift. This is what we're tossing in over and beyond what Trevor just talked about, which I didn't know he was going to do. But you know, we're famous for an irresistible offer. Why would you want this? Well, you want to skyrocket your business. You want Google Plus, you want to get the DVD set, you want the workbook, you want the entire package. I mean, if you was to add all this together with the bonus and everything, it's about $2,495. The special offer today, the incredible deal at buyhangoutsystem.com is $127. It's just one time. Let's just show it as we close out. Just show it one time. Put it up to there we go. Buyhangoutsystem.com. Again, buyhangoutsystem.com. You can make a one-time payment, or we have an installment plan. We have an easy way for you to manage your cash flow. So there is a choice. There is a choice. There is a choice. There's always the hard way, which is continue to do what you're doing now. I mean, maybe you're not going to get into this platform of this virtual space where you can get digital revenue, where you can reach more people, and that's fine. Continue to do it. There is a hard way, but there's also an easy way. And the easy way is exactly what we're doing right now, which is you can do this. So where do you head over to? Head over to buyhangoutsystem.com. Again, get the entire package, everything together for $127. Let me share a few final thoughts as we close out. Just a few final thoughts. And I'll let Trevor make a few comments, and then I'll go ahead and close out a few thoughts as some folks are heading over to buyhangoutsystem.com. It's very easy to register, by the way, Trevor. They just put their name, their phone number, their credit card in. It's very, very secure. Once they register, they're going to get an email confirmation. It's going to have all the details and very easy to download. But go ahead and share just a few comments, Trevor, as we close out. Only for today. Tomorrow, let's not even tell about. Watch your emails tonight. Okay, there's going to be a special bonus in your email tonight, and watch your text messages tonight. Not tomorrow, but tonight, because only those that are ready will know about it. But anyway, Trevor, close out for
So, in closing, by the way, don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow with day 2. But in closing, those people who want to get to the next level, those people who want to hashtag double their revenue, hashtag triple their revenue, hashtag quadruple their revenue, it's time for you to do some things that you haven't done before. It's time for you to expand your footprint. It's time for you to virtualize your platform. It's time for you to get committed to getting to the next level. It's time for you to do something you have not done before. And sometimes you need a little bit of guidance. Sometimes you need a shepherd. You need somebody who's been where you're trying to go, and we can help you get there. And I want you to be in the class as we teach for the first time, YouTube Live. So get the system now. Go to buyhangoutsystem.com. And for those people, you have a few challenges, you need to work out a few things, just text Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. Just text Shay Brown at 270-1662. Text your first name, your last name, your email address, and just type Hangout System. And if you need to have a conversation, you got a few questions you need to have answered, no problem. Just text Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. And just put your first name, your last name, your email address, and put the word Hangout System there. And one final thing is, as you know, once a month, we allow the opportunity for one person to come in and work with us, just you and our entire team and all of the resources of the Peak Performance Institute firm, to work on your business, to work on your marketing, to work on your sales, to work on your automation, to work on your use of technology, to just get everything done for you. So you're not spending all your time trying to do it yourself. So you're not trying to spend all of your time to learn it yourself. So you're not spending all of your time trying to implement everything yourself. There are a few people out there, and there's a lucky one out there, where you just want a done-for-you solution. You want everything done for you. You want the Google Hangouts done for you. You want the broadcast system done for you. You want the marketing done for you. You want the automation done for you. You want the CRM set up for you. You want the website set up for you. You want the technology set up for you. You want the squeeze pages set up for you. You want it all done for you. Hashtag, your dreams can't wait. Your destiny can't wait. You've been spending too much time trying to get there, trying to pull yourself up by the bootstraps in. You're ready for an expedited solution. And if that's you and you want to have a conversation to be interviewed for what we refer to as our extreme business makeover, that's a done-for-you solution. That means there's nothing for you to do but to sit back and be a CEO and make decisions. I want you to text Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. 202-270-1662. You want to put your first name, your last name, your email address, and you want to say, interview me for the makeover. Interview me for the makeover at 202-270-1662. First name, last name, email address, and the words, interview me for the makeover. As you know, we take on one person, one very special person a month, where we take care of everything for you. That's the entire resources of the firm. Our complete 91-person team just working on your business straight for 2 days. Nothing for you to do. It's a done-for-you solution. And in closing, I want you to remember this, is that employees manage the task within a company. And if you find that you're doing all of the work within your company, you are an employee, no matter what your business card says. Supervisors, they manage the employees within a company. And if you find that you're spending the majority of your time managing other people, no matter what your business card says, you are a supervisor. But CEOs, they manage the processes within a company to make them more effective, to make their companies more efficient. If you find that you spend the majority of your time managing the processes within your company, then congratulations, you are a CEO. But there's a level above CEO. And we refer to that as a virtual CEO. And that means that they are virtually and automatically managing the processes within their company. And if you find that you're spending the majority of your time virtually, from your laptop, from your cell phone, from your mobile device, from your tablet, if you find that you are able to virtually manage and automate the processes within your business, congratulations, you are at the highest level. You are now a virtual CEO. And right now, you got to decide, what's it going to be? Did you get in business to become an employee? Did you get in business to be a manager? Or did you get in business to build an empire, a 7-figure revenue generating infrastructure? And today, it's time for you to make some critical decisions. And the beginning of that decision starts with you. So with that being said, Shay, it's been it's been a spectacular day.
All right, well, thank you all once again for joining this evening. We really appreciate it. They'll bring it back to me. And, you know, here's what I want you to know. There's an opportunity for you to really take your business to the next level. It's an opportunity for you to use automation and use technologies And it's an opportunity for you to add another tool to your tool belt of strategies. I want to thank you for spending time with us during this segment. I want to thank you for participating in the Virtual Networking Live, our private, our elusive, our exclusive Facebook group. I want to thank all of you who took some time to share this out with your network and to pay it forward. And I welcome all of you who are registering right now. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on the other side and seeing you at the buyhangoutsystem.com. You're going to get everything you need right now, just package and kind of hand it to you for you to be successful. Here's what I want you to know. You're a champion. You're a winner. The best is still yet to come. And I want you to know that I believe in you. With that being said, head on over to buyhangoutsystem.com. Otherwise, make it a great day, everyone. And we're going to make good things happen. We connect again next time. Thank you.